contact us with?
Sure. This is Jim Merlin.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Looks like it is 5 p.m. So Zen's video is off. Are you still with us, Zen? Zen, are you there? You're on mute. I just wanted to make sure everyone's here before we get started.
I don't see his audio or video either.
He was.
Jim, yes, I'm here.
Okay, very good.
I'm gonna have some food, so I'm gonna turn my video off for now.
Very good. Then I will go ahead and get us started. I will call the study session of the Planning Commission of San Clemente, California to order for Wednesday, July 22nd. Gabriel, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Kaczynski?
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Wu?
Yeah.
Vice Chair Blackwell?
Here.
And Chair Rulin?
Here. And we've got one item on our study session.
Commissioner Crandall's here also.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please.
Sorry about that.
Commissioner Crandall here, and we all missed that. Sorry.
Not easy to forget, no problem.
We have one item on our study session tonight, zoning ordinance amendments, and Jennifer Savage is going to be taking us through these. So please, Jennifer, it's all yours.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Jennifer Savage with the City of San Clemente's Long Range Planning Division. You have myself on the phone tonight, as well as Kyle Weber, also part of our Long Range Planning Division. Tonight we have our first study session for zoning amendments. And this first study session includes 3 subject areas. And those subject areas, in the order that we will discuss them, are accessory structures, state and federal law, and historic provisions. And you'll note that that second and third subject area are swapped from the staff report, but we will cover all of them. Just to set us up for a structured discussion tonight to make sure we can get through all 3 subject areas, staff will briefly introduce the subject area and allow Planning Commission discussion and questions after that brief introduction. We will allot 30 minutes for each subject area, providing most of that 30-minute time for the Planning Commission discussion and questions. I will jump in, pardon my interruption, at the 5-minute mark and the 30-minute mark. This will allow us a few minutes at the end of an hour and a half to make any closing remarks and talk about next steps, as well as give the Planning Commissioners a short break before the regularly scheduled meeting at 7 p.m. So with that, I will go ahead and introduce, I'm sorry, let me first ask, are there any questions regarding the structure? Hearing none, I will go ahead and introduce Kyle Weber, who will be talking about accessory structures first.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. So going over accessory structures, staff has identified over the years a number of areas in the code related to accessory structures that should be modified because they are either contradictory to the intent of the code or overly restrictive to development projects in some circumstances, or require an elaboration to better reflect the intent of the specific code section. Other modifications to the code in regards to accessory structures today is an addition of an entire section of the code that imposes policies and regulations on accessory structures that were previously not regulated, specifically skateboard ramps. So looking at attachment 1, we have 8 different items that were changed and modified. Now the modifications aren't excessive for accessory structures, but they do qualify some issues, as previously mentioned, that have meddled with the intent of some of the code sections pertaining to accessory structures. So the modifications to the zoning code, we do have a modification for the location and number of accessory buildings and structures detached, which are 450 square feet or less. Currently, we do not have a limit on the number of detached accessory structures that are less than 450 square feet, and so staff is recommending we add that there is a limit on this, which would be a specific distance in relation to the size of the lot, which would exist between accessory buildings or structures that are located on the property line and are less than 450 square feet. So the second item relaxes standards for in-bank garages. Over the years, staff has experienced a number of projects that were not able to implement in-bank garages or do any kind of repairs to in-bank garages because we require a specific separation between retaining walls. And so in this modification of the code, we're offering an exception to that with approval of a minor exception permit approved through the zoning administrator, and that would allow some less restrictive measures on retaining walls for in-bank garages. As mentioned before, we do have a new section for skateboard ramps that limits the size, location on property for private property, and the times of use. Going on to the fourth item, clarifying review for attached accessory structures. So this is in line with the fifth item as well. We have special residential low zones and residential medium zones in the city that have different development standards than just general residential low and residential medium. And because of the way the code is written, we have some issues with attached accessory structures, the way they're defined, front yard setbacks consistent with garage setbacks, and development standards for side street garages. And so what this does, it modifies some of the special residential development standards so that they are consistent with that area, even though they will deviate from regular resident or general residential low or residential medium low zones. And then for the last item, we have an update to definitions. And so the difference between what is a building and a structure for accessory structures, and then what is also detached and attached. We've had issues with what is considered attached for an accessory structure. We often consider accessory structures or buildings that are attached by a roof not considered attached, and that still stays, but now we've included a more detailed definition for that. And that's where I'll stop for the presentation, and we can go over questions or discussion.
Does anyone have any questions or comments on the items raised so far?
I have some quick ones for Kyle. Kyle, on your definitions, your definitions of accessory structures and attached and detached match the building code's definition?
So the California Uniform Building Code?
Yes.
So they don't match the definition, but they are consistent with it. They won't match it exactly. In fact, I'm not sure that the building code would have definitions for attached structure or attached building, and if they would separate those two.
I believe they do. We actually ran across that when we were working on the outlets, trying to number the buildings and and whatnot. But anytime we can match definitions with, so an architect doesn't have to learn 2 definitions, 4 definitions, that would be wonderful.
Sure. So when we come back with this, if we provide those definitions and just show them next to each other, would that
That'd be wonderful.
sufficient?
That'd be wonderful. Do we have in the zoning code a distance required between, well, I believe we do. Between primary buildings, we require 10 feet between primary buildings on the same property. And the distance between an accessory building and the primary building, I believe, is 5 feet. We do not have a distance between accessory buildings now that we apparently can have multiple accessory buildings on the same lot. Did you consider that?
I think that we don't put that in the zoning code because we rely on the uniform building code to give us a separation between 2 buildings. So the building division would call out 2 buildings to be separated by at least 5 feet.
Okay, that very thing is what raised my concern. It's conceivable that we required separation between buildings on somebody's property. But if we're allowing these on the property line, that means we could have adjacent properties with accessory buildings that actually abut each other and don't meet the mindset of having these buildings separated.
This is Tom Brown. I'm going to share Bart's concern. When I saw that section here where you can accessory buildings on the same property with 0 side yard and rear yard setback, be separated by 1/2 linear length of the property line, but they share. And what about, like Bart says, the next door neighbor decides to go the same way. How do you separate, 2 ADUs in the back side of the yard when they both go to the 0 property line? So you used to have that in the code in San Clemente years ago. You could put a garage on the 0 lot line past 50% of the depth of the lot. And the property I inherited from my parents had that. The garage is in the back, and it was basically 6 inches from the property line. And the neighbor had a similar thing. The neighbor's garage still stands to this day. And so there's very minimal separation. A garage is a garage, but now you have living spaces. So how do we accommodate that type of situation?
From my experience, if we have a garage, I don't know of any garages that I've seen the time I've been here that's 450 square feet or less. And so if a garage was more than that, it would have to comply with the setbacks that are required for garages or accessory structures or buildings in general, that they have a setback. And so you do bring up a good point that if you have 2 separate accessory buildings that are less than 450 square feet on 2 separate lots, that they could potentially be allowed next to each other. Again, I haven't come across that, but you're right that could happen. I don't think that we would approve that. And I think, again, planning in that case would rely on building, but it seems like you're right that should be included in this modification of the code.
I think we should address that. The other thing I am concerned about with these detached ones, we've got a lot of homeowners who have spent a lot of money on their backyards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it appears that you could build on your property a 10 by 20 2-story structure, be 400 square feet, with a blank wall to your neighbor on the property line. Yet, if it was an attached one, we have the mindset that that's not a good idea to do, and we require that it be set back 5 feet. So I would say that if, to be fair to all the property owners and not impose on your neighbor, that maybe the detached accessory building can be on the property line if it's only 1 story, but if it's going to be 2-story, you've got to push that second story back 5 feet, just for light and ventilation. That it could actually be adjacent to their house where they have windows, etc. And I think it's imposition on the adjacent neighbor to allow a blank 2-story wall for an accessory building that was never anticipated. Any comment on that, Kyle?
I don't have a comment, but I will take that into consideration when we modify it.
Because we obviously care if we, if it's if a house, we care that it's 5 feet away from the neighbor. We care if there's an attached accessory building, has to meet the setbacks, which would be 5 feet from the neighbor's property line. But all of a sudden, we throw that out when we get to a detached accessory building. And I think we need to be consistent and protect the neighbors in the same way. That's my comment for that until we get to garages.
I just have one comment about that. Something to think about is if we restrict detached accessory buildings that are less than 450 square feet from not being on the property line. They are only allowed in the rear half to be on the property line. And if we restrict that and have it so, certain sheds can't be close to each other, 2 separate sheds, for example, on 2 separate properties, that may be restrictive in the sense of where the owners are allowed to put a shed. And I think that's just something to consider.
Well, that's why I conceded to possibly allowing it on the first floor only, but not on a second floor. In other words,
Sure.
Limiting the height of this shed along the property line, and protecting light and ventilation. The sunshine laws and all have been bantered around for years, and conceivably with this, you could have your 3 adjacent neighbors build sheds on the 2 sides and the back property line of your backyard. We haven't put anything in here other than saying, well, we may not allow that. Well, we should have it in here so we have something to give us that power to not allow it. And
This is a, if I can chime in, this is a Zane. I share Commissioner Crandall's concern. I think currently our code allows a 2-story accessory structure on the property line in the rear half of the lot. The zoning code, in general, the setback requirement from the zoning code is there to guarantee the minimum ventilation and lighting condition for the neighbor. So if a 2-story accessory structure sit on the property line, that is a issue. So I think limiting the accessory structure on the property line to 1 story or 15 feet would make sense.
Yeah, detached accessory structures are limited to 15 feet.
Okay, and then on garages, I've done a lot of projects that were 0 lot line, which are narrow lots. And when you have narrow lots like we do in San Clemente, you have a lot of curb cuts, which limits the amount of on-street parking. But most of the jurisdictions that I was involved with the 0 lot line or Z lot type projects, we limited the driveways to either, I think it was 7 or 18 feet. Nothing in between those 2. Because people will park on them. As we know in the Pier Bowl, people even park parallel to the sidewalk in a 8-foot driveway to get off the street. And I don't think we want to encourage developing those kind of conditions if we can avoid it. So saying that, and like in Shorecliff, we have a front yard setback to house of 10 foot. Well, according to what you've written here, that means that the garage could encroach also to the same setback as the house, which means it would be a 10-foot setback, which is problematic for parking. And I think we need to review that also.
Okay, that's good input. Thank you.
And that's it for now, Jim.
Kyle, and this is Commissioner, and you just confirmed that detached accessory building is limited to 15 feet in height. I'm looking at the zoning. It says detached accessory building in the front 1/2 of the lot shall not exceed 15 feet in height. And in the back half of the lot, it can be constructed as high as the underlying zone.
That is correct.
So okay, so the concern of that 2-story detached accessory structure sitting on property line, that's still valid concern. So I'd like you to look into that to address it.
Okay.
Responding to Commissioner Quando's driveway cut, it makes a sense. And you either have a short driveway cut or you have a long enough to accommodate a car parking in front of the garage. So yeah, I mean, 8 feet or less, or 18 feet. Another thing to consider is, I don't know if it can be incorporated or we need to figure out a way. Is that sometime a building is required to put in a sidewalk up and around the driveway cut or driveway approach. That will effectively reduce the driveway by about 4 feet. In that occasion, if the garage is set back by 18, suddenly they have 14, and they bound to hand the rear of their car over the garage, over the sidewalk, which defeats the purpose of that sidewalk up and around the driveway approach. I don't know if we can ask for more, but that's something to think about.
You know, I'm not a fan of cars sticking out into the sidewalk at all, but the only place, I believe the only places in the city where that's actually illegal is in neighborhoods designated as continuous sidewalks, which tends to be places like, you know, near the beach and things like that, where there's going to be more than the normal expected residential pedestrian traffic. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, but I think that that's the way it's currently is for all houses now. Am I right about that? And I might be putting you on
honestly,
the spot.
I can't speak to that. I can't speak for certain.
I think Jen has a good point. I think what he's referring to is when we have an ADA compliant sidewalk, but we don't have an ADA compliant apron. The sidewalk has to go up and around the apron to keep a correct and slope. And these rules are going to apply to mixed use, et cetera, which are going to have ADA sidewalks in front of them. So we need to keep in mind that we have to provide for that.
Can
That
I
makes sense.
clarify that we're talking about, so I want to clarify we're talking about front yard setbacks consistent with garage setbacks and development standards for side street garages.
Correct.
Okay.
Kyle,
And so just real quick, I just wanted to make sure. So these are, and I think it would be helpful to go over this, but these changes are simply consistent with interpretation 96-41. and they only affect the residential low and residential medium low zones in the special residential overlay. And I think that it would be helpful, even for myself, to go back over that interpretation and understand that better. But it was just to make it consistent with that interpretation, and that just the code never got changed in 1996 to reflect that. Just for some background.
$25 years.
Any other questions or comments on this first item, accessory structures? Okay, Kyle, I think you've heard from us on this one then.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Jennifer. And next we will talk about Attachment 11, which is state and federal law. And Kyle will be presenting this one as well.
You know, Jennifer, I'm so sorry. Are you prepared to go on to the historic properties?
Yes, I would be happy to.
I'm sorry. I need to use the bathroom. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're into Attachment 5 then.
Yes, Attachment 5. So, for historic provisions, we will be discussing changes that reflect some of our current programs and some clarifications. So bear with me while I scroll to that introduction on my copy. One moment. Thank you for your patience. I'll go ahead and start the time. And so we're considering 4 components of this subject area. The first is to consider particular characteristics of structures that are older than 50 years, specifically how they relate to the CEQA review process and the potential to be a historic resource. The second item is in regards to creating historic regulations and updates to historic provisions to be consistent with the general plan. The third is in regards to changing the requirements for commercial lots within 300 feet of a historic residence. And you'll notice within your Attachment 5 that you do have a map that identifies what properties this would impact. They currently require an architectural permit, and so this change to require a cultural heritage permit would allow the city and deciding bodies to make specific considerations in regards to impacts to those nearby historic residences. The fourth item is in regards to the city's Mills Act regulations, or in the case of San Clemente, the Historic Property Preservation Agreement Program. And the proposed amendments here in Attachment 5 are to reflect what our current program entitles or enables, and we actually have some public comments on those provisions tonight, as well as some provisions earlier in the attachment. This concludes staff presentation, and we look forward to any questions or discussion.
I wonder if we'd like to read those public comments into the record.
Yes, I can certainly do that. These are to the commissioners. Today you will be presented zoning amendments for 3 subject areas. Kudos to staff for a professionally written memorandum. I have some suggestions for the historic subject area, which is Attachment 5. Under Section 17.16.170, demolition of historic properties, which is blasphemy, subsection C, applicability, staff is recommending that you modify code to extend the applicability to include the 1950s and 60s mid-century modern style commercial buildings and 1950s buildings in general. This is a great idea, and I hope you can extend it further. The proposed amendment might make it a little more difficult to demolish MCM, or mid-century modern, properties, but it provides no incentive to preserve them. We need to incorporate this same extension into Section 17.16.160, which is the designation of historic resources and landmarks. The Historic Resources Survey update that the city had done in 2006 recommended that we retain 203 historic resources from two periods of significance, 1925 to 1936 and 1937 to 1949. This has been done, but the update also recommended that it was time 14 years ago to evaluate the eligibility for DHR listing of mid-century development. The report identified representative examples of intact modern commercial buildings from the 1950s and 1960s and some residential development. Please take advantage of this opportunity as you are closely examining these codes and fully acknowledge the importance of NCM architecture and San Clemente history. For several reasons, we need to definitively identify which properties will qualify for this decreased scrutiny and incorporate them into our designated historic resources list. 1. The citizens of San Clemente deserve to have important NCM properties identified and protected. 2. Property owners have a right to know before they attempt to develop. 3. Buyers have a right to know before they buy. 4. Property owners are entitled to access HPPA tax relief if their property is a historic resource. They need to be listed for this to happen. Regarding section 17.16.175, Historic Preservation Incentives, Historic Property Preservation Mills Act Agreements, staff has made good recommendations. Please consider adding the requirement under D.4, periodic examinations every 5 years, that those examinations be at the owner's expense. City Council adopted Resolution number 20-21 establishing a fee for inspections and ongoing monitoring for properties subject to Historic Property Preservation Agreement on April 21st, 2020. Thank you for considering these recommendations. Larry Culbertson.
And I think also on his email, Jennifer, he had one more question that he included, if you could include that in the record.
Thank you. He also asked to clarify why the proposed language for qualifications for the eligibility of the HPPA were limited to income producing and owner occupied. Staff has reached out to our attorneys. We don't yet have a response for that, but we will certainly take that into consideration and have a response ready for the next time that this particular subject area comes back to the Planning Commission.
Could it be that if something's not income producing, there's no taxes and so there's no tax break?
That is true. So we do suspect that in the case of properties that do not fall into the two categories in your red lines, income producing or owner occupied, that perhaps they receive tax relief through another mechanism, such as a property or organization that's considered nonprofit.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this section?
I think, Larry Culbertson makes some good points, particularly on maybe extending it beyond the 60s to the 70s, if you want to consider that, of how we take a look at some of these buildings and at the same token, make sure that we don't inhibit renewal that's going on and starting to go on Del Mar now. I don't know, I'd throw that out to the commission for some discussion.
I'm sorry, are you concerned that there's something in here that would disrupt the preservation on Del Mar?
Well, no, I don't know about disrupting it. I want to make sure that we consider some of these buildings if their useful life is over, and we're seeing that on Del Mar right now. We have two projects, one of which just took the structure down right next to the Beehive House and the library, and we're waiting for ZOS. Some of those are waiting for Coastal Commission review. And it's been determined the building is beyond its useful life. And so we don't want to inhibit that, as long as our architectural overlay protections. At the same token, there's some mid-century modern building right there in the corner of Ola Vista we recognize in the sign program. But I don't know if it's encompassed now, and it's close to 50 years, right there in the corner across the street from Avalas on that northwest corner. And so I think it's wise we put our arms around it, but put it around in a common sense way that doesn't inhibit renewal down there of some of these buildings that are worn out.
Yeah, I know we've been looking at, I mean, for a long time, we've wanted to start looking at other buildings, newer, quote unquote, buildings, like those mid-century modern buildings. And in fact, there's a few blocks of buildings that were, I think, built in the 40s in North Beach, you know, kind of kit buildings that people keep up very well. I probably shouldn't talk too much about it because I live, it's within 300 feet of where I am, but that might be a consideration as well at some point in the future. So part of this is kind of dependent on when is staff going to have the bandwidth to do another historic resources report and start to take some of these other structures and kind of get them onto the list. When they do those things, you know, I don't know that it's on, I don't think it's on staff's radar, still not on staff's radar yet, unfortunately. But when they do it, we should be including certainly other types than Spanish colonial revivals built in the 30s, you know, at this point.
Chairman Rowland, this is Gabriel Perez. Maybe I can speak to that. Yeah, staff is interested in doing a future historic survey because we do think it's time. In the past, those have been funded through grant funds. This year, we were funded by the state to do the historic district. So, you know, obviously that's taking the priority right now. So we will look for opportunities to apply for that funding so that we can do that in the future. So maybe that would be a possibility next year. So we'll definitely let the Planning Commission know if that's a possibility for the next year or future years.
Jennifer and Gabriel, this is the Commissioner Wu. I have a question. Regarding the historic demolition permit, did the bowling alley receive a HDP permit?
Gabriel, maybe you can confirm this, but I believe that the bowling alley did go through the required application process.
Yes, Commissioner Wu. So the bowling alley, the Miramar Theater, was approved at the same time as a project, and therefore was considered for real rehabilitation. At that time, we do have an item later on in the regular Planning Commission meeting to discuss this. So that might be a good time to discuss that. We will have a full report for you.
Okay.
So we're also saying in here that we're using a different criteria than the 50-year criteria. That's I just want to be clear that's a kind of a hard change we're making. We're looking at making, is saying it isn't that it's 50 years old that makes it eligible. It's that it meets these 4 criteria signed by the state, whether it's 100 years old or 10 years old. Am I right about that?
There's actually 2 factors to consider. One is what you mentioned in terms of identifying specific eras or events or people identified in the historic resources inventory that are specific to San Clemente that could be contributing or eligible for listing in the Register of Historic Resources. And those right now are proposed under the demolition of historic properties, which means that any building that falls within those criteria would need to be considered for a demolition of a historic property permit. The second area, which involves the second group of criteria, if you will, and relating to 50 years, is the section that Larry asked that first list that I mentioned to be included too. And that's in the standards applied to designating or deleting historically significant resources and landmarks. And in that section, it refers to specifically the 50 years of age, and then talks about events, people, and characteristics or architecture that contribute important work. In that section, it does refer specifically to Spanish colonial revival architecture, but as Larry's comment leads to, it does not include those other potentially eligible architecture styles and buildings that are listed as potentially eligible in the Historic Resources Survey. So these modifications cover both, and you'll just have to consider whether those additional criteria from the Historic Resources Survey should be included in both sections.
So just so I can get it straight in my head, if someone wants to demo something, they have to show that it doesn't conform to these 4 bullet points you have on page 21 of 50 in attachment 5.
Correct.
And if they want to put it on, but if they want to put it on the historic register, it has to be at least 50 years old and fulfill that different set of criteria.
Correct.
So I'm in basic agreement with what Larry Culbertson has to say in terms of including more styles and types. We've been talking actually about that for a long time. But it's sounding to me like we've got 2 different criteria, one for preserving it and one for demolishing it. And that seems a little, it seems an area that's kind of rich for ambiguity or contradiction. If we're saying you need to clear these hurdles to demolish it, and you need this other set of hurdles to preserve it. So, maybe I'm wrong about that, but yeah.
If I could just jump in. So they are very closely related. If you look at the beginning of each of the 4 bullet points for the demolition of historic properties and the language, they mirror those of the first few bullet points under designation. For example, the first one talks about associated events that have made a significant contribution to the patterns of local or regional history or cultural heritage. And that's under the demolition. And then if we go back to letter A under the designation or elimination, is associated events that have made a significant contribution to the pattern of local, state, or national history. The difference between the first 4 components of designation and the 4 bullet points under demolition is that in order to make it easier for staff and the public to identify when a demolition permit is required, we included the specific language in the Historic Resources Survey for potential eligibility. And that was just to make the process of considering and determining whether a demolition permit should be required easier for everyone. So they're very close to each other with a little bit of a different language.
Very good. Thanks for pointing that out. I did miss that, so it clarifies it for me.
Great clarification, Jen. Thank you.
And Jennifer, in terms of what Larry brought up, bringing in these different areas, the mid-century moderns and that sort of thing, why wouldn't we include that why wouldn't we kind of open our definition of what's potentially historic to those areas? Any reason not to?
Yeah, that's a great question. He made a great comment. It was not on staff's radar to include that in these modifications, but staff certainly can add that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be a good idea. It's been, gosh, probably close to 10 years we've been talking about including these other types of buildings, and it's probably long overdue, really, to start to say, even though we're the Spanish Village by the Sea, there's other interesting, worthwhile structures too that we want to make sure we preserve and give people the benefit of the HPPA if they want. Other comments or questions about this section?
No, in general, I think it was it's very well structured and written, and I appreciate Larry's comments also. I think it's a good. This is my comments anyway.
Okay. If there's nothing else, I think we could move on to the next section.
Great, thank you. So the next topic area are state and federal law. Kyle Weber, are you available?
Yes, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for state and federal law, we've had 4 sections that require some updating to our zoning code. Family home daycare was through Senate Bill 234, enacted January 1st, 2020, clarifies that California child daycare facilities are allowed in multiple zoning districts and do not require a business license. So the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance would make home daycare regulations consistent with state law by removing requirements of zoning permit or a business license for small family and large family home daycare centers. The amendment would also clarify that child care homes are permitted by right in detached single-family dwelling, townhouses, dwelling units within a dwelling unit, or dwelling unit within a covered multifamily dwelling, in which the underlying zone allows for residential uses. The second topic, body art establishments. The city has traditionally categorized tattoo parlors as medical uses, and we've mostly done that for parking standards, and that's been quite an issue for state and federal regulations. The update includes a personal services category in the zoning ordinance, which now includes barber, beauty, nail, and tanning services. So the established zoning, the new section requirements regulations are consistent with court rulings, which require tattoos or the process of tattooing and the business of tattooing are fully protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and allowing them to exist in certain zoning areas. The third topic, which is the state model water efficiency landscape ordinance. The code is just updated to reflect the most recent Assembly Bill 1881, which says that the city is in compliance with state regulations to regulate water allowance on private and public property. The fourth topic, home occupations. So we have traditionally had a home occupation permit and a business license required for home occupations, and staff is recommending we remove the home occupation permit because it's redundant with the business license that is required. Business license, planning staff reviews those before approval anyway. We also are changing sections for home occupations for cottage food operations to be in compliance with Assembly Bill number 1616, which became effective in 2013, and which allows some types of food products prepared and packaged at private home and for sale with certain stipulations. So that is the 4 topics. I'll just end the presentation there and go over questions.
Any questions or comments on this section?
Well, we'd always had this home occupancy ordinance had been on our planning commission to-do list down there at the bottom of a planning book for like 5 or 6 years. And now we have a chance to take a look at it while it was driven by the food preparation. I guess, have you gone through with Adam Atamian and code enforcement on a lot of this, with this ordinance? Is he satisfied with it, Kyle?
No, we have not gone over this with code enforcement yet.
You know, we might want to do that because over the years we've had numerous people come in the door at a planning commission meeting in City Hall in our 3-minute other period and lodge complaining about certain home occupancy. The guy sets up band saws in his garage and is making furniture, and the saws running at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And there's been a myriad of those that have come by us. They've been quiet for the last year or so, I think. But I would encourage you to run this entire section by code enforcement, because they get a lot of calls on noise, and it's driven by this home occupancy ordinance. And whether the guy's got a license or not is is pretty important. I think there's a lot of home businesses out there that are not, do not have the proper licenses. But anyway, I would encourage you to run this by code enforcement.
Just one quick clarification. Are you mentioning this in the case where staff should consider keeping the home occupation permit?
No, I don't think so. If you want a permit's a permit, if they've got a business permit, I think I'm fine with that. I don't particularly think we need 2 permits. But I just want to make sure that all the other items of the ordinance have been factored in with some of the experiences of code enforcement. That's all.
I guess, Don, if I understand what you're saying, there's just some businesses that are not great for homes, loud, noisy businesses that people are doing. That's why we have residential zones, is because they're quieter than, say, industrial zones. So how do we manage that? You know,
the ordinance kind of covers that. Like, it recognizes music teachers on the amplified sound, so that the child can have piano lessons by the little lady around the corner. It's all in there, and it's good. I think there's just make sure that we have Advertanian's fingerprints on this home ordinance update. That's all.
So, yeah, it does kind of beg the question of, in that specific example, you know, you gave someone using a bandsaw, you know, every evening to, you know, do their sideline business. That's why we have certain zones, so that, because you could consider that an incompatible use in a residential zone. Are we saying that someone can do that if all they need is a business license and they can do that out of their home? Or is there more that's needed? I mean, I would think with a home occupancy permit, maybe there's a little more review that says, oh, you know, that's, you know, if you're canning something, that's not a big deal. But if you're doing woodworking with big equipment, that could be a bigger deal in terms of being compatible. So I guess it's a long way of saying, how do we know that when we give someone a business permit to do something, to do a home occupancy thing, that it's going to be compatible with the residential characteristics of the neighborhood?
It will be really hard to differentiate a woodworking business and a hobby. And woodworking is some people's hobby.
Hold on a second. I was asking staff if they had a way of measuring that first. So is there a review that's done or anything?
So when someone applies for a business license, planning staff looks over the type and makes sure that the type is compatible with what is allowed for occupations in homes. And so if there's some kind of heavy manufacturing, that wouldn't be allowed. Office use is allowed, contractual work is allowed. Sales on property or with customers on property, that is usually not allowed. Though some things such as heavy woodwork would not be allowed in home for a business license. And that's just, let's see. Good supplies.
Yeah, maybe I missed it, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff on, like, you know, the cottage food operations, which is fine. That's usually not going to be disturbing people, but I'm not seeing anything in here about being compatible with the neighborhood.
And this is Jennifer, if I can jump in. Letter C, minimum standards, does require any business license with the city to comply with minimum standards. And under item 4 is related to noise, which is not allowed in excess of normally associated residential use.
Yeah.
So something to think about. Yeah, it's not that it may not be a clear line in the sand for all instances, but in the case of the saw, it might be normal to hear your neighbor use the saw once a weekend or on the weekends once a month. It would probably not be normal to hear it multiple days a week for an extended period of time, and so that's when code enforcement would have to come in.
Now, this is interesting too. I think this is an existing one, is the parking. That people can run a business out of their garage as long as that doesn't mean they're going to be parking on street. How do you enforce that or determine it? Almost everyone has a car. It's hard to imagine someone working out of their garage without it affecting their parking in the garage.
So I'm wondering if you can clarify about a business being allowed to operate in the garage.
Yeah, this is item 5. I'm looking at page 30 of 50.
Item
It
5.
says parking, the home occupation may be conducted in the garage, but shall not use any space required for off-street parking. So, in other words, according to this, if you've got a 2-car garage, but you only own 1 car, and then you're using half of your garage as the business to support the business, that's fine. But if you got a 1-car garage, or if you own two cars, you're going to be parking something on the street, which I take it from that is problematic. But I also don't see it as very enforceable.
Sure. You know, and I think on top of that, we do require residential properties to have 2 covered spaces. And so in this case, a property would have to have a 3-car garage or a 2-car garage with a separate 1-car garage in order to do that. But that could be clarified. It needs to be clarified.
Yeah, let me jump in also on that. Unless you turn it into a granny unit, then you don't have to have your parking. Don, help me out on this one. But also, there are areas in the city that have not allowed construction vehicles or commercial vehicles with advertising on them, stating a business and all, to park in there. And should this?
That is an ordinance.
I think so, and I think this particular thing, it ought to be addressed in this document also, so nobody takes advantage of saying, well, I'm going to do cookies, so I'm going to get a huge Hunter van with cookies painted all over the thing parked out.
Ladders and all that stuff in your truck. What's his name? George, that goes into council all the time arguing about it.
Resident Fuel
Has had over 75 tickets by putting his truck on the street with ladders on it and stuff like that. He's a general contractor. In fact, council had a subcommittee meeting with 2 council members, and they agreed to disagree on what to do about it, or doing away with the ordinance or keeping it or whatever. So it's out there.
So I guess my concern, I would rather see 1 permit than 2 in general. Obviously, why make people jump through more hoops than they need to? But there is a bit of a concern where with a normal business permit and a normal business, in a commercial building, that's a compatible use, all good. But now we have to go to make sure that if people are going to work out of their home, that we cover these things with them and they understand these issues, that they perhaps, make certain commitments. So does that warrant a second permit now? If they have, if we need to, if this business is going to require special handling, maybe special code enforcement. I don't know. It's just a thought that I had, that it's, fewer permits is good, but we also, if we've got special handling, then we may need a different permit or an additional permit.
Overall, I think this section is okay for me, and I think most of them are driven by the state law. For example, the family daycare thing could become contentious. It was contentious for a time by simply following state law that takes out that issue. The city doesn't have to deal with that. On the home occupation, I think I'd support some type of a deregulation and give people a little easier time, especially during this pandemic time, and who knows how long it's going to take. Many people stay home, they try to do some home-based business to get by, and I think the city needs to be supportive of that. So eliminating 1 permit, that makes perfect sense, because as the staff said, it's already covered by the business license. But as far as any potential impact, there's a code enforcement, and also, for example, the noise issue. There's a noise standard. No matter what, they need to follow. So I think if we have enough tools there to ensure that
Well, I think, as far as the COVID, people doing more work at home because of COVID, that's perfectly appropriate, and that's what emergency ordinances are for. This is, more of a long-term permanent ordinance. And I just find I'm starting to have a growing concern that there are issues with running a business out of your home, or at least certain types of businesses, where there are special considerations, additional conversations that have to go on, things like that. So that's why I'm now a little reticent until those are addressed to say we can just get rid of those.
Jim, my only question is the fee schedule. How are the fees determined from a business license perspective? I know from a business license perspective, it's on gross income, and it looks like on the occupation permit, it's a flat fee. Kyle, can you speak to that? Am I right?
Yeah, so I'm not aware of the actual amount of the fee for the home occupation, but for the fee for the business license, you're right, we would not be getting a fee from the applicant anymore for a home occupation permit, but I don't think we've processed a home occupation permit since I've been here. It's just been through business license that we've been doing that. I can't answer your question specifically.
I guess potentially the city get more income out of a business license for all these home occupancy.
Well, assuming that the home occupant claims the right gross income from the business license. So I like this fee structure you have in the home occupant application, because it's just a standard. You're in business your first year, it's $96. Or you're a licensed contractor, it's $146. Nobody's going to say, I made $100,000 on my home business this year, and you should tax me at whatever percentage requires.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I think that's great feedback. If you don't mind, if I could chime in for a second. So for this batch amendment, the goal was to go over state and federal topics, and I think staff kind of went out on a limb, offering the option to do something beyond that, such as remove this home occupation permit, and maybe that's a place for a different item, because the goal here is just to comply with state and federal regulations. And if we do want to hold off on that, we can. I think we're trying to get it in there because it lined up with this specific area. But I just kind of wanted to say for this section, we're kind of just making sure that we're just complying with state and federal law. But yeah.
I think you are. You have to comply. We had this whole section here, which you've written very extensively on this food preparation thing, which comes under this home occupation thing. It just happened to be that we've kind of had on our to-do list, and we've kicked the can down. It's been on, if you look at our briefing book, home occupancy ordinance has been out on there to do a review, and staff to do a review for the last 4 or 5 years. So you just kind of played into our hand by opening up the whole can there and inserting the food thing we have to do because state law says thou shalt do it. But there's just more issues with the rest of it that you tried to staple it on. That's all we're saying. Maybe it's time to have more, between now and the second reading, have a more staff look at the other parts of the whole lot. As I read it, it's very well constructed. There's a lot of limitations on it, but that's why I say the feedback we've always heard of people walking in the door complaining about it is more of a code enforcement thing. That's why I would wish you to coordinate with code enforcement to get their input on it. That's enough. I think it's not a good start because you got to comply with 1881. Enough.
And I had a question about HOAs. Over the years, as I've learned more about HOA rules and regulations and how they interact with the laws, it's a little unclear to me whether HOAs would be allowed to do some of these things, like perhaps, say you can't run a business of this kind, or that the city might allow, or that you can't run a daycare center because it's in the CCNRs. Would state law or local ordinance supersede any CCNRs that would prevent that?
I can't speak for the home cottage operations, but I can say for family daycare, the HOA cannot restrict anyone from the public from doing that. I want to say that's the same for the cottage operations, but I'm not certain.
Yeah, so I think we need to understand that. I don't know about codifying it in the code or not, but it's not. We don't get this a lot, but we have from time to time there's been a conflict between someone in an HOA and the HOA itself. The HOA says it's against our rules, and does the city allow you to do it? And then we're kind of asked to arbitrate, and we tend not to give a very satisfying answer to anyone because we don't want to step into what amounts to a civil dispute there. So it would be good to have some clarity on that, at least, in terms of what people, if the city allows them to do it, but their CCNR says no, how far does that go? What does it invalidate CCNRs as a result of doing this? So I'd like to have an answer to that too before we take a vote on it.
That's probably best to be answered by our council. If I look at the family home care, the language in the first paragraph, it says the act preempts local zoning, building, and fire codes and regulations that conflict with its provisions. It doesn't say it preempts any civil contracts. So the attorney will give us a better answer on that.
Mal, do you have
This is Mal. Yeah, so this is Mal. So what's been said previously is exactly accurate in terms of the daycare laws. So those preempt any contrary CCNRs. We are currently looking at the cottage industry laws to check on preemption there, and we're working with staff on that. So we'll have an answer for the commission before or when this comes back officially to the Planning Commission. But I can say with certainty that when it comes to the daycare laws, those preempt anything to the contrary in CCNRs.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mel. Any more questions or comments on this section? Okay, it looks like we're done with this section. I think this is our last section too, isn't it?
It is. This is Jennifer. Thank you, commissioners, for doing such a record-efficient review. Congratulations to all of you. This is a lot of subject matter to cover, and you did it in just about an hour. The next steps is for staff to consider all of the discussion and comments and questions and come back to you at a later date in regards to these subject areas. However, before we do that, we do have a second study session scheduled for August 5th, where we will discuss 3 different subject areas.
Okay.
And that study session will also start at 5 p.m. and follow the same structure as this study session. Are there any questions or comments about next steps?
I do note how you are trying to regulate the tattoo, body piercing, the whole thing with a very great paragraph on distances from other parts where these establishments have to be, where you put it in the code. And your distances you chose, I thought, were very appropriate. So, I mean, obviously this thing came out of Sacramento and all the case law, but I think your approach to it is very good as far as just from schools and this and that, where these people can go. I hope there's a few blocks left in town where they after you listen to businesses and actually put their businesses. I thought it was very well done.
Thank you.
All right, any more comments on this issue until we come back to it at our August study session? Okay, then I think we're through with our study session and we can recess until our regular meeting starts at 7 o'clock in about 50 minutes from now. All right, we'll see you then.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
You know what? I can get off and just do it via phone. Do you know how much the delay is if I watch it? Zach, is that better without the static? I'm gonna go on mute then.
I don't know about you guys, but the only good thing about not meeting in the chambers is that I've got a lot more room to spread out here. All my paperwork. let's see. Just wait for Zen to turn on his video, and we'll get started.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Zen. All right, if everyone's ready, we'll get started. I will call to order the meeting of the Planning Commission for Wednesday, July 22nd, 2020. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Bart, could you lead us in the pledge, please? We
I
have
would be
flags.
pleased to. And if you want to leave your mutes on, it gets a little garbled with all of us doing it at once. So
Good
cover
call.
your heart, and I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bart. Next order of business is the roll call. Gabriel, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Kaczynski,
Here.
Commissioner Crandall,
Here?
Chair Pro Tem Wu,
Yeah.
Vice Chair Blackwell,
Here.
and Chair Rowland.
Here. Item 4 is special orders of business. We have none. Item 5 is our minutes, and we have the minutes of the July 8th, 2020 meeting to either modify or approve. Does anyone want to propose a modification or motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Brown, second by Kaczynski. I will call the roll. Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaczynski,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
and Rulon votes aye. Passes unanimously. Next order of business is oral and written communications. Members of the public may address the commission on matters of public interest which pertain to the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. Speakers can submit their comments on agenda items to the Planning Commission electronically. Material may be emailed to scottm1@sanclemente.org, san-clemente.org. Transmittal by 3 p.m. on Planning Commission meeting days is recommended. The Planning Commission is not permitted to discuss or take action on items that do not appear on the agenda. Gabriel, do we have any public comment on items that are not on the agenda?
We do not, Chairman.
No. Okay, thank you. I'll close the oral and written communication. Item 7, consent calendar. We have nothing on our consent calendar. So we are at item 8, public hearings. And our first public hearing item is 1020 Calle Recodo, conditional use permit 20-124. And we have Kyle, who's going to be taking us through this. So Kyle, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I do have a presentation for this. Tara or, okay, there we go. Okay, so this project is a, can we start here, please? Thank you. So this project is a request to operate a school grades K through 8 and to allow up to 4 special activities throughout the year at an existing 2-story building at 1020 Calle Recodo, located in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park and in the Light Industrial Zoning District. This project is also located in the SB2 emergency shelter overlay zone, but due to there being no existing or pending emergency shelter facilities, has no effect, as it were. The project offers a parking, traffic, and circulation analysis reviewed by the city's traffic engineer, which accommodates a maximum of 180 students and 13 employees, which I will elaborate on in the presentation. San Clemente Christian School is an existing private school and business in Rancho San Clemente Business Park, currently located at 1050 Calle Negocio, with a fluctuating enrollment between roughly 80 and 120 students in a school year. The school has been experiencing an increase in the number of interested families over the past few years during operations at their current location and are in need of more space to accommodate the growth while maintaining their goal to operate as a smaller school in the city. So next slide, please. So 1020 Cayo Rocoto is the school's proposed new location, which is a developed 43,000 square foot lot with an existing two-story building, which currently sits vacant. The larger size of the building here will allow the school to operate with more students than are enrolled at their previous location. This CUP limits the maximum students enrolled at one time to 180 students. The school is expecting roughly 147 students in the fall of this year. Next slide, please. The subject property is surrounded by other commercial and light industrial uses. The immediate neighbors to the right of the property, Lawnmowers Incorporated, is a service and repair facility for power equipment, including lawnmowers, chainsaws, power washers, line trimmers, amongst other things. To the left of the subject property is Kelcourt Plastics, which manufactures extrusion and co-extruding plastic lines for medical purposes. Specifics on what type of manufacturing and operations conducted at Kelcourt Plastics is not information available to staff at the moment. However, businesses within the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, such as Lawnmowers Incorporated and Kelcourt Plastics, are required to operate indoors at all times. Excuse me. Uses in the area similar to San Clemente Christian School, such as those that operate in group assembly, are Foundation for His Ministry at 1046 Cayo Rocoto and Calvary Chapel at 1031 Cayo Rocoto. Next slide, please. So in order to operate successfully at this location, the applicants for San Clemente Christian School were required to provide a traffic circulation analysis to ensure the school use would not impact the existing traffic patterns in the neighborhood. The city's senior civil traffic engineer, Nestor Mangoing, worked closely with the applicant and the third-party consultant that proposed the traffic circulation analysis with the assumption that 180 students will be attending on-site classes. And the civil traffic engineer helped weed out any issues over various renditions of the study. The project is proposing a circulation strategy for the drop-off and pickup of students that will be conducted entirely on-site. Parents will turn into the driveway off of Cayo Rocoto and follow the required striping to the rear of the building where the drop-off and pickup location is located. Kindergarten through 4th grade level students will be dropped off between 8 a.m. and 8:15 a.m. And students from 5th grade to 8th grade will be dropped off from 8:15 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. The student pickup schedule will also be staggered. It starts at 3 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. for kindergarten through 4th grade, and between 3:15 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. for 5th grade to 8th grade students. The drop-off and pickup schedule will continue Monday through Friday, except for Wednesdays when kindergarten through 4th grade level students will be picked up between 1:30 p.m. and 1:45 p.m. and students 5th grade through 8th grade will be picked up between 1:45 p.m. and 2 p.m. So the city's engineering staff and the third-party consultant, KOA Corporation, agreed that the staggering for the drop-off and pickup times as proposed would be sufficient in avoiding impacts to traffic. The staggering proposed ensures that there will be no stacking or queuing of vehicles in the street alongside Cayo Rocoto. The city's transportation engineers concluded that the project would not result in service-level operational impacts to the nearby intersections and roadway sections as long as conditions of approval are effective in prohibiting any deviation from the circulation strategy provided by the applicant. Condition of approval 17.8 was added to the resolution, which states that in the event vehicle stacking or other issues of operation cause circulation or crowding onto the public street, then the business owner will be required to meet with city staff and modify the circulation strategy. Furthermore, condition of approval 17.8 confines all drop-offs and pickups to occur within the property and prohibits drop-offs and pickups from occurring at the curbside or in neighboring properties or in the street or other areas of the public right-of-way. Next slide, please. Schools in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park are required to provide 1 parking space per every 10 students and 1 parking space per staff member. The submitted site plan proposes 37 parking stalls on site, which is 6 more than what is required. Considering San Clemente Christian School will have 13 employees and up to 180 students at one time. The existing site currently has 59 existing parking spaces, 22 of which are proposed to be removed to create a approximately a 7,000 square foot outdoor playground area at the rear of the building. During outdoor activities, temporary mobile basketball hoops and tetherball equipment will be transported to this outdoor space for recreational use. So where the outdoor space is proposed at the rear of the building, there is a metal gate that will be installed for safety measures to prevent vehicles from entering the area during the recess hours for the children. The proposed removal of the 22 parking spaces does not affect the project's ability to comply with the number of parking spaces required by the municipal code or the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. Other than that, there are no modifications proposed to the existing building except for signage, and the school is proposing to operate as built aside from what the building division may require to conform with regulations, specifically ADA regulations. Next slide, please. A special activities permit is also requested with this application for 4 specific events to occur during the school year. These 4 events are detailed in Table 2 of page 7 of the staff report. All 4 events will be held in the evening hours between 5 and 8 p.m. and include either parents or children or both parents and their children. The events include an annual meet and greet, a back-to-school night, which is a parents-only event. The 3rd event is a kids-only, kids' night out. And lastly, there is an open house for both kids and parents. So similar to the circulation strategy, staggering times between families to attend these events will ensure there is sufficient parking on site for guests. Because the special events are scheduled after normal business hours, available street parking along Calle Recodo will reduce some of the parking impacts on the property. Next slide, please. So with that, staff believes the project, San Clemente Christian School, is consistent with the municipal code and general plan, as the proposed school is an allowed use in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park with the approval of the CUP, and that the use is compatible with surrounding land uses in the specific plan area. Based on the information in the staff report and subject to the required findings and conditions of approval, staff recommends that the Planning Commission determine the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to Section 15301 existing facilities, and adopt Resolution 20-017 approving CUP 20-124 and SAP 20-164. With us on the call tonight for any questions related to engineering is City Civil Engineer Zach Ponson. And as of today, planning staff has received, I believe, 12 public comments, both in opposition and support of the project, which I believe Gabriel will read. The applicant has also provided a comment to be read during the agenda item presentation, which I will read now. Dear City of San Clemente Planning Commission members, first of all, we want to thank you for your time tonight in meeting as a council to make a decision to allow our school to relocate. You may know that San Clemente Christian School has changed its name and location over the past 37 years of serving our local community. However, what you may not know is that there's much more to San Clemente Christian School's mission than just excellent education. We have a mission to grow, develop, and strengthen the families in the city of San Clemente. We do this by introducing students to academic rigor and excellence while also developing within them a Christ-like mind about service, citizenship, and love for others. In the community which we belong, we plan to partner with businesses, organizations, and citizens to help create a shared love for people. Our students not only excel academically in becoming resources to community in terms of wisdom and knowledge, but they also develop a strong outlook and vision in terms of community partnership, spirit, and growth. San Clemente Christian School's theme verse is from Matthew 5, which states, "You are the light of the world, like a city on a hilltop that cannot be hidden." This verse encourages students to stand as a light on the hill, shining for all to see the love and goodness of the Lord. We want to train and prepare our students to go out into the community and make a difference. We do that through acts of service, giving back to the community, and participating in a way that unites families and strengthens the community as a whole. We are helping shape and develop the future of our community, city, state, and nation. In relation to that, we never want to be a burden or hindrance to our local neighbors and businesses as it relates to traffic or parking. You have our word that in any case that we are considered anything but a blessing and light to our neighbors, we will do everything and anything in our power to fix or remedy that situation. The reason for that promise is that we represent our faith by deeds and not words. We understand that a school in any area is a concern as it relates to parking and traffic. However, we feel that we have done our due diligence with a parking/traffic study as well as a new staggered pickup drop-off. If we must modify our parking/traffic policies or procedures in the future to be neighborly, we will absolutely do so. We ask that you consider us a partner in your dream to build better futures for not only the city of San Clemente, but also for the world as a whole. Students that walk into the door of San Clemente Christian School are not only going to be taught the love of God, the grace of God, and core academics, but they will also be taught how to serve the community and create a better future for all. I could tell you the story after story of families who have come together to love, serve, and change the world, but for now, I just want to share that we are enthusiastically look forward to partnering with our city to help build the next generation of leaders. Thank you again for your consideration, time, and service to our great city. Dr. Nikki Magnuson. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Kyle. Are there any questions for staff? And as a reminder, I'll look for people who have their mute buttons off with the assumption that that's who wants to speak. Bart, you want to go first?
I will just real quickly, a couple items, Pat. In the report, I did not see on the drawings, is the entire recreation area fenced?
As proposed on the plans, the entire recreational area is not fenced. It is only the metal gate that is proposed.
Okay. And then the next item was the existing school has 70 students, or supposed to have 70 students. Then I go down to the project description, and it says during the 2019-20 school year, the school at 1050 Calle Negocios location experienced enrollment in the number of 81 as a low and 117 at a high. So have they been in violation of their CUP in the past?
So when the original CUP was approved in 2005, I believe they were permitted to have something around 70 students, and it was amended a number of times. I think the last amendment was in 2012, which allowed them to have 96 students. And talking to the owner of the business, it's hard for her to give exact numbers of students at a time. And when I did ask her how many students she roughly had, she had to guess. And I think getting exact numbers would, I think it's difficult for her, but I would say that if she did have 117 students at a time, she would not be complying with the existing CUP.
Okay, I just wanted to find out if we have the ability to confirm the 180 students in the future.
So the school is required to have an affidavit with with California Education, and you know, there is a way for us to ask for that affidavit annually to make sure that they're complying with that. But as for realistically going on site and ensuring that, I think that's a code enforcement question.
It definitely is. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kozinski.
Yes, I have a few questions. Bart mentioned that they moved from a location in the San Clemente Business Park. That, I assume, was also light industrial. Is that correct, Kyle?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can look that up.
And is the entire park light industrial?
So there's a business park, and then there's a business park and there's an industrial park, but there's light industrial allowed in the business park.
Okay. And with the number of students, I don't know if they had TK, Bart, but in some cases, you can TK students are part-time, so they're Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or Tuesday, Thursday, so you can have 2 students in one spot sometimes.
Just real quick, so it is zoned light industrial, their previous location.
Okay, Kyle, so they're just moving from light industrial to light industrial. Have there been any parking complaints in their previous location?
There has been some formal complaints about their use of the public right-of-way. And so I know that they've been cited for issues such as using cones or possibly using the street to drop off students. Their conditions of approval in that CUP did not regulate that. And so technically they weren't doing anything outside of, now I can't speak for the law, but outside of what their CUP allowed, they weren't doing anything outside of that.
Okay. And the noticing requirements. Have we've had some comments on noticing. Everyone that was supposed to receive a notice received a notice. Is that correct?
That is correct. As far as we know, we haven't received any returned notifications.
And was the applicant required to send a notice to the Rancho San Clemente board?
Not with our standards, no.
Okay. And
I should add that we did have some communication with 2 members of the board, and we confirmed that we did have an address on the notification list for them, and they did receive that through a PO box. And they also had some public comments as well. So.
Okay. And the affidavit the applicant is required to fill out, that is a public document, is that not?
That should be a public document. I believe it was an attachment in the staff report.
Okay, so as far as the number of students, the applicant's required to fill that out, and I believe that affidavit's available online.
Yes, an affidavit should be available for public viewing.
Yeah, but other than that, Kyle, I think you've done a great job putting the staff report together, and it's very detailed, informative, and you've done a good job.
Thank you.
I have no other questions.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. So Kyle, just to continue on Mr. Crandall's comment about the fencing, is there any reason why we wouldn't have recommended that? Are there any restrictions on fencing in that area, especially along the ridge line there? Is there a reason why there's no fencing, other than the applicant not proposing one?
Well, fencing is not required in that area, and for a public school to have outdoor play area, there are regulations on certain fencing or guarding that needs to exist, but this is a private school, and I think that staff would have recommended that there be a fence there, but it's not required.
Okay, and just to confirm that the north side of this property abuts a sort of a natural buffer, a sloped area with natural landscaping?
Yes, there's natural landscaping between the property and La Pata.
And then the use to the east is the heavy equipment storage and operation, lawnmower.
Right.
Okay. And we did receive a letter from that owner operator there. And Kyle, could you confirm that this location is in the city's SB2 emergency shelter overlay zone?
Yes, it is.
It is. And it is not adjacent to or near, even on the same street as another shelter? Or is it,
correct.
There are no emergency shelters existing or proposed in that area?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any at all existing or proposed in the entire overlay zone that you're aware of?
The answer to that question is no.
Okay. Excellent. All right. And is the applicant available or Is the applicant able to respond to any comments that we make during this meeting?
So I don't know. I've been told that applicants are not permitted to participate.
Okay. Well, in past meetings, we've been able to get some feedback through the case planner. Sometimes maybe via text or email, they may be listening in live online. I wanted to, we'll in discussion get more into the fencing issue, but I think Commissioner Crandall raises a very good point. There are going to be young children playing out there, and it's an unprotected area adjacent to a wildlife area, heavy equipment operation, etc. So, okay, well, thank you for, excuse me?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, just real quick, I do have the opportunity to contact the applicant if there is a question about the fence.
Okay. Right, thank you. Well, I think the question has been made. So it might be a good idea to reach out. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Wu?
Yes, Kyle. I sent you an email regarding the file protection. Can you share with the public information?
Can you I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I had a hard time hearing that.
I sent an email to you regarding the file protection. Can you share that with the commission and the public?
Yeah. Commissioner Wu had a question about the turnaround radius in the rear of the property in regards to Orange County Fire Authority having access to that. And because it's not new development, it is as is, they are not required to modify or construct any physical aspect on property to comply with that. If it was new development, they would have to increase that turnaround area. And so the response from OCFA was that they have certain strategies that how they deal with non-conforming properties, and not non-conforming for us, but for them. And so it depends on, in the moment, what kind of truck they have or what kind of vehicle they're using and what their strategy will be. But they're not required, the applicant is not required to change any access to OCFA on site.
All right, thank you.
And Kyle, I noticed you did put out an errata and added to some operational conditions of approval. I didn't know if you had anything to say or you wanted to touch on those. You don't have to. I'm just giving you the opportunity to if you want.
So there's not anything that I didn't already talk about in the presentation, but the conditions of approval make sure that if there are any issues with traffic in the area or any kind of stacking or queuing of vehicles that don't comply with the circulation plan that was submitted, the applicant is required to work with the city to mitigate those issues. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions for staff at this time? I don't see anyone, so I will open the public hearing. And Gabriel, we received a number of comments, pro and con on this issue. So could you read those into the public record, please?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Chairman. Gabriel Perez, City Planner. So we received one correspondence from, and this one's a little bit of a long letter, Randall Roskamp of Lawn Mowers, etc. And it was received July 20th, 2020. It reads, Mr. Weber, I, Randall Roskamp, am the manager and tenant at 1030 Calle Recodo, the property immediately adjacent to 1020 Calle Recodo, the intended location of the project. I have reviewed the San Clemente Planning Commission staff report and have serious reservations regarding the proposed project. Most importantly, the parking and traffic impact the proposed project will have on my business and others in the surrounding community. As stated in the report, the new school intends to serve a maximum of 180 students with up to 13 employees to operate the same. Pursuant to the traffic analysis prepared by COA, under the general office building truck generation applied in the current light industrial zone, there is approximately 224 daily trips in the area. See COA page 7. Under this model, approximately 86% of the AM peak hours count for trips coming into that area. In Table 4 of the COA report, the report compared these numbers to those for a private school, K through 8. Comparing these two trip generations, the KOA reported that the land use shows that the proposed project generates 526 more daily trips. This is due to the high number of entering and exiting vehicles during the peak hours generated from the drop-off and pickup periods. See KOA report pages 7 through 8. While the school intends to stagger pickup and drop-off over the drop-off of the over 193 students and staff, the staggered system only allows for a 15-minute difference between the two groups. The main issue is that there is only one 2-lane road leading into and out of the Calle Recodo cul-de-sac. Adding over 526 in and out of the 2-lane road daily will significantly impact the traffic in the area. Moreover, the area that is considered the pickup and drop-off area leads to a dead-end street, whereas drivers will have to turn around and then drive back out towards the street. Most reasonable people are not going to sit in traffic and wait at the end of the street to drop off their children. Parents are likely to use the cul-de-sac and surrounding streets to drop off or pick up their child, which will cause children to be running around a business park with large equipment and already heavy traffic. I recently spoke with a prior neighbor of the school on Calle Negocio. He informed me traffic was a nightmare and caused significant issues and traffic concerns. While on Calle Negocio, the school operated with half the intended students and staff. Now the school intends to double the student body, which will lead to even more traffic and safety concerns. As you may be aware, I operate lawnmowers, etc., a repair shop, which is located directly adjacent to the proposed project. I operate my business from approximately 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Peak hours for lawnmowers, etc., are around approximately 8 a.m. and again at 3 p.m. During the time customers come in to drop off machines, pick up machines, and necessary equipment. These are the same hours that the school intends to have drop-offs in the morning and pickups in the afternoon. Moreover, if anyone from the city has spent any time in and around Calle Recodo cul-de-sac, they would know that there are large trucks that park in various parts of the street in order to deliver necessary goods and equipment for surrounding businesses. Furthermore, the KOA report should not be considered a satisfactory traffic study because it failed to conduct an in-person review of the area and only considered information based on a 2015 study. As anyone who lives and works in the city of San Clemente can attest to, the traffic has been drastically affected by the population increase, especially considering the La Plata opening. As such, a study based on data from 2015 is not compelling or a true understanding of the actual traffic impacts in the area. Accordingly, I and several neighbors in the business park suggest that a new independent traffic study be conducted by the city of San Clemente before any permits are granted. Representatives of the school stated that the school intends to put in a play area for the kids directly behind my business in an area where there is no fence. My business manages large and potentially dangerous equipment that could be a danger to children. While the equipment on all occasions properly secured to the best of my ability, it at some points can be hazardous condition to the children who are not properly supervised. Should the permit be granted, a fence must be put in place between 1020 Recodo and 1030 Recodo in order to protect both parties from liability. The fence material and design must be mutually agreed to by the parties. And I believe I'm at the end of 3 minutes, so Chair, if you'd like me to continue, just let me know.
I think most of the letters are very short, and because we're already compromised in terms of public comment, why don't we keep going and read the last couple paragraphs, please?
Yeah. I'm almost finished. Finally, I have concerns that the intended use does not comply with conditional use permit requirements pursuant to San Clemente Ordinance 17-16-060. A conditional use permit is intended to encourage uses to be located in a manner that is consistent with the city zone, sensitive to community neighborhood identity, and minimizes impacts to adjacent uses. The intended project fails to comply with any of the 3 CUP categories. First, the intended use fails to be consistent with city zones. The community is currently zoned as light industrial zone. Under no definition can a school be considered a light business, as it has significantly different requirements and health and safety concerns. Second, the intended use will not cohesively combine with the businesses already in place. Rather, the school will significantly interfere with access and resources shared by the businesses. Finally, and most importantly, and as discussed supra, the intended use will have a major impact on the surrounding businesses. For all these reasons, as well as those discussed, the CUP should be denied on its face. Should the City of San Clemente Planning Commission move forward on the CUP and SAP permits, I demand that the CUP define in detail each requirement the school must comply with in order to properly operate under its intended use. Should the school fail to operate even slightly under these specific requirements, then the permit must be pulled and the school cease operating. These concerns are not only to allow the businesses in the park to operate as intended, but to ensure that the children attending the school are safe and free from hazardous conditions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Lawnmowers, etc. Randall Roskamp, owner of, manager of Lawnmower, etc. All right. Next letter we have is from Steve Schuler, and it reads, "Greetings. Please find my attached below comments for the upcoming Planning Commission meeting." Let's see. And so this person in the email had an attached letter, and that attached letter reads as follows. "Good evening, Planning Commissioners, members, and attendees. The project seems well thought out and appropriate for the area with a good planned utilization of the building property. All the clarification comments that I request to be added are supportive of the project moving forward and ensuring the continued smooth flow of traffic with the expected minor business disruptions in the business park light industrial zone on Calle Recodo. As an owner of property on Calle Recodo that could be impacted by the project, creating traffic and congestion issues, my comments are limited to the parking traffic analysis outcome sensitivities and the school's traffic plan and traffic operational implementation for the project. Our traffic-related concerns on Calle Recodo cul-de-sac are for the students, employees, parents, business and building owners, workers, and delivery drivers. The project must strive to ensure a safe and secure environment for all of them, with reasonable traffic flow, minimal congestion increases. My comments primarily add very important clarifications as well as adding some conformity to what the project depicts is the operational plan and the assumptions used to support such to avoid misunderstandings later. The incorporation of such comments should be easily agreed upon as nothing conflicts with the proposal package plans developed by the project. These supportive comments should be easy to add in a timely fashion to the various reports and to the conditional use permit, etc., prior to the final approval and or adoption. Thank you very much, Steve Schuler, building owner on Calle Recodo. And there's some comments attached to that letter that they provided, and it reads as such. Comment 1, reference section, required findings, page 1 of the package, conditional use permit, item E. Please add language within the project property, the following the current words in item E, the shared parking agreement. The existing text is E, given the specific conditions of the site and the adjacent area, the shared parking agreement will not result in inadequate parking. With the addition of the language, this would read, given the specific conditions of the site and the adjacent area, the shared parking arrangement within the property will not result in inadequate parking. The addition is for clarification and eliminates the ambiguity of what the terms in the adjacent area, the shared parking agreement mean with respect to any outside, off-site arrangements, agreements with other property owners and the project property. As currently stated, this does not establish if there are such arrangements, agreements, or not. The baseline input for the traffic analysis is that there are no off-site arrangements or agreements. If there are currently any off-site parking use agreements in place or can be entered into later, then this has a potential impact to the traffic analysis. If this is not meant to be all within the project property proper, then another traffic analysis is required because the traffic pattern assumptions are no longer valid. Second comment, reference section findings, page 1 of the package, conditional use permit, item F. Please add the language within the project property following the current words in item F, the shared parking arrangement. The existing text is F, the number of parking spaces required for the site in accordance with section 17.64.050. B, number of parking spaces required is provided through the shared parking agreement based on varied hours of operation and or a combination of peak and off-peak uses. With additional language, this would read F, the number of parking spaces required for this site in accordance with section 17.64.050B. Number of parking spaces required is provided through the shared parking arrangement within the project property based on varied hours of operation and or combinations of peak and off-peak uses. This addition is for clarification and eliminates ambiguity of what the terminology is provided through the shared parking arrangement means. With respect to any outside, off-site agreements with other property owners in the project property. As currently stated, this does not establish if there are such arrangements, agreements, or not. The baseline input for the traffic analysis is that there are no off-site arrangements or agreements. If there are currently any off-site parking agreements in place or can be into, then this has potential. Let me see. Yeah, just repeating it. This has potential impacts of traffic analysis. If this is not meant to be all within the project property proper, then another traffic study is required because the traffic pattern assumptions are no longer valid. Comment 3, reference section, special activities permit, page 2 of the package, item E. Please
Excuse me, Gabriel. I'm going to interrupt you right there. Forgive me. I take it that staff has reviewed all of these and discussed this. Am my understanding correct? They've discussed this with the person who is communicating it and has even incorporated some of their information or at least clarified it to the writer. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, I believe so, and I think Kyle can speak to that.
Yes, actually engineering and planning had conversations with this member of the public, and we were able to use some of his insight that had a lot to do with the errata that was provided. So we did incorporate all of his comments.
Thank you. So because they've been incorporated and there's about another 2.5 pages worth of comments, and we read the main letter, I think it's fair to say that we've covered Mr. Schuler's concerns. So why don't we go on to the next public comment, if that's all right, Gabriel?
Okay. All right. This letter is from Nancy Majerick, Planning Commission, City of San Clemente. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Rancho San Clemente Business Park, we object to a school on 1020 Calle Recodo, San Clemente. The business park is not conducive to having schools within the park. There are numerous cars, delivery trucks, etc. that would make it an unsafe situation to put children in. There is no area for children to play without being in danger. If the parking area on this property is being considered for a play area, where would employees and parents park? Calle Recodo is a short cul-de-sac, and this would cause traffic and parking issues for all other building owners on that street and on Calle Amanecer. There would be 200 cars, approximately 180 students, and 13 employees every morning and every afternoon for drop-off and pickup. This many additional cars will create congestion throughout the entire park. We ask the City of San Clemente to turn down this proposal on behalf of Rancho San Clemente Business Park Board of Directors. Next letter received July 21st. This reads, the Rancho San Clemente Board of Directors would like to request a continuance for this request for a school at 1020 Calle Recodo. Proper notice was not given to all owners in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. The Board of Directors, 4 out of the 5 have confirmed they did not receive notice. Would like to challenge this project. Please advise. Nancy Medrick. Next comment letter comes from Lisa Weld, received July 22nd. Says, Dear Scott, I am in complete support of the San Clemente Christian School occupying 1020 Calle Recodo. As a school, this school in these troubled times has a positive impact in our community. I've been a resident of San Clemente for 26 years and support the vision of the school. Thank you for your consideration, Lisa Weld. Next letter, received July 22nd from Bob DePalma. To whom it may concern, we hereby object to the proposed school located at 1020 Cayo Recodo, San Clemente 92673. We are located at 1009 Cayo Recodo, and we cannot understand how a school would want to be located on the dead-end cul-de-sac of a busy commercial manufacturing area. We have at least 4 large delivery trucks daily into our office, either picking up or delivery product. I'm sure you are aware of the medical device manufacturing company Calpac located on our street, which is directly across from our business. This is a steady stream of semi-trucks constantly entering and exiting our street for that business alone. These trucks at times need to idle in the middle of the street waiting for the delivery, and their pickup times this facility, the parents dropping off and picking up their children on our street, along with these semi-trucks, could be hazardous. With the parents at FedEx and UPS, which are in our area constantly. And with that said, what concerns us is that parents will not be able to access Recodo and will drop their children off on Calle Amanecer, adding yet another hazard to this already busy street. This street is not designed and is not conducive to the traffic a school will create. We see this is on a regular basis as we drive by San Clemente High School and all the other schools in our city. This is never enough there is never enough street parking, and we would like to know where the staff and parents will be parking. Lastly, where will these kids play? The city, by approving this, is asking for accidents and someone eventually getting hurt or killed. Robert J. DePalma. Next letter we received July 22nd reads, Hi Scott, writing to let you know that I'm in favor of approving the CUP. Thanks, Brock Stryker. Next letter received July 22nd. To whom it may concern, I'm writing on behalf of San Clemente Christian School as a parent of 2 students, 2 sons in kindergarten and a 3rd grader. It's been brought to our attention the possibility of San Clemente Christian School moving to 1020 Calle Recodo if the rezoning is approved. It would be so wonderful for this to happen, as we have outgrown our current space, and this new building would be perfect. San Clemente Christian School has so much heart, we've just simply outgrown our space. I'm writing to ask that you thoughtfully consider rezoning so that our school can occupy this new space. We need room to grow and cultivate the hundreds of kids who are signed up for the fall semester. Thank you for your time, Russo family, Talega residents. Next letter, dated July 22nd. Dear Scott, I'm in favor of San Clemente Christian School relocating to 1020 Cayo Recodo. This is a well-run, top-line education school, and it will benefit any area. Sincerely, Lanny Wilson, San Clemente resident. Next letter, dated July 22nd. I am writing to let you know that the Heritage Christian Fellowship is in favor of San Clemente Christian School occupying 1020 Cayo Recodo. Positive impact the school will have on the families of our city will be immeasurable for many years to come. Sincerely, Teresa Matarazzo, Director of Operations, Heritage Christian Fellowship. This letter, this email received July 22nd. Hello, Scott. I just wanted to say that as a current neighboring business to San Clemente Christian School and a resident of San Clemente, we are in favor of San Clemente Christian School occupying 1020 Cayo Recodo as a school. They have been great neighbors, and we're happy to have them in the business district in San Clemente. Tiffany Moorhead, MS Squared Industries. And then the last letter that we received today, July 22nd, reads, Scott, as a father of 3 young children, 8, 6, and 3, property manager within the business park directly down the slope from the proposed location, the neighbor to the only other school within the business park, I feel I'm in the unique position to see all sides of the proposed rezoning. While I understand the school desire to find a location to operate, it's the opinion of KC Business Properties, the business park is a less than ideal location for their proposed business. Our primary concerns are based off our experiences related to the current school already operating the business park and are centered around a few common topics. Traffic safety and congestion. Twice daily traffic pickup and drop-off times. The road out or KC3 complex often becomes inaccessible for approximately 30 minutes. This means all delivery trucks, tenant clients, and employees must dodge their way through parents waiting to pick up their children. Because parents often do get out of their vehicles, the children will dart out on the road, risking getting hit by and oncoming traffic who are not expecting their presence in the business park. The proposed location provides no turnaround or sufficient waiting area to ensure this hazardous scenario does not play out at this location. We believe this presents a very real risk to the children and encourage, without a safety plan in place, which does not restrict its neighboring business access, do not approve this alteration to use. Second, slope maintenance and environmental hazard. Slope on the backside of the proposed location is fairly steep and at places densely populated brush. Without sufficient fencing, the hazardous scenario can play out where the child injured themselves playing on the hill. Additionally, there's a risk activity in this area. This area could inadvertently start a brush fire, as this is a fairly fire-prone area. Without substantial addition of fencing and additional weed maintenance to mitigate the risk, we encourage you not to approve this alteration in use. While we find value in the services this business would provide to the community, again, we find this location less than ideal, and for the reason I encourage you not to approve this change of use. Thank you for your consideration. Matthew Miller, KC Business Properties. And that's the end of the letters we received.
And I think, for the record, we also had a letter from Mr. Kindred that was in our package also, I guess, right?
That's right.
And I actually have two other letters that I received. They're short, so I'll read them quickly. One is from Tracy Allen, in favor of SCCS occupying 1020 Cayo Ricoto as a school. And the other is from Melissa Sheehan. Hi, Scott. I just wanted to send an email regarding 1020 Cayo Ricoto and the positive impact San Clemente Christian School would have in this space in the community. San Clemente Christian School is an amazing place for kids to learn and grow. Thank you for your consideration. All right. Do we have any other communications that have come in to the email?
No other ones, Chairman.
Okay, very good. Then I will close the public hearing and open this matter up for Planning Commission conversation. Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, I guess the silence is awesome. This was a hard project for me. I've studied it quite a bit, probably gone to the site 4 times. I've kind of struggled with it. I think, and I think the key here is, once again, is traffic, which the staff rightly requires traffic analysis, which I think is fairly good. I think this school has a lot of merit to it. I've been struggling with it, but I think in the end, I'm going to come down in favor of it. I think they can work it out. I think hopefully the school can manage the traffic. I do appreciate Commissioner Randall bringing up the thing around the play area, and along with some of the other letters that were written, of maybe a fencing around the play part of the back area there, so baseballs and basketballs don't go over the cliff and the kid doesn't go over it. Trying to follow the ball, because I went back there and walked around, and it is pretty steep. But I guess in the end, I was going to be in favor of it. I've struggled to it to the end. There's a lot of great input by local citizens up there in the business park. Once again, there's several schools up there, and FAM is up there, and COA. I was kind of surprised at the board of the business park being opposed. But anyway, that's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Crandall.
We've got a pretty easy decision. It's a conditional use permit, so we have to determine whether or not the property is appropriate for this particular use. Or if it isn't completely appropriate, that the issues can be mitigated. And I think the topography of the site with the slope off the back, Is the site appropriate to have a playground right adjacent to that slope? Probably not, but I think that could be mitigated with fencing around there, as well as separating it from the adjacent uses. So I would be in favor of a condition of approval to require protective fencing around the area where the children are playing, etc., or where they have access to adjacent properties. And then I could certainly make the findings. We've got 4 findings we've got to make. The proposed use is permitted within the subject zone with a conditional use permit. The site is a site suitable for the type and intensity of the use that is proposed. With the fencing, I think it is. With a appropriate traffic study, which I'll get into in a minute, I think that will justify making that finding. And also, the proposed use will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties and improvements in the vicinity. I think the fence will help that. So that condition can be found, and if the traffic study bears out the business plan, I think I can support this. I would say in the conditions of approval, I thought they were a little weak when it said if there are issues regarding the stacking and parking, the applicant will have to get with the city to resolve the operational hours, etc. But I think that that should also hold true to, and it should say in there that if 180 is too much and can't be parked and trafficked unless they can come up with an idea, it could also be that they have to drop a few students. And I think that should actually be in the condition of approval, so it can't be argued that, hey, that wasn't an option. So if we mitigate these issues, I am in support of the project. And thank you also for Keith incorporating Mr. Schuler's comments. I thought he did a good job of reviewing the traffic study.
Okay, thank you. And that was condition 7.18 that you're referring to, that you referred to? On
the first page of the staff report, we have A through F, but the last two, since there are no specific parking agreements, E and F fall out, so we just have A, B, C, and D too.
No, I was asking about the condition of approval you were referring to. Was that 7.18?
I haven't selected which condition yet.
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
do that while the rest speak.
No worries. Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Wu? Commissioner Wu, you there? All right, we'll come back to Commissioner Wu. Commissioner Kozinski?
Yeah, I looked at the conditions, the required findings, and I can make the findings. I agree with Commissioner Crandall about the fence. That should be installed. But I believe Kyle Weber, he put this staff report together, and it details out exactly why this condition or this application should be approved. The site is permitted. It's in the subject zone that is light industrial, but with this conditional approval, it's a great use for that space. The intensity, I looked at the traffic report, and the traffic department approved it. They saw no problem with it, so I don't see any reason not to believe that. And the overall, the intensity, the 180 children, I believe this building's a lot bigger, than where they came from. So I believe the intensity, that the 180 kids, is appropriate. Overall, I support this project. I have no other comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, thank you. I too am in full support of this project, and I think this site is a much better choice than the last one we looked at some time ago, and I'm excited to see this happen. I was a little, I had some concerns, more concerns initially, only because of the location, the manufacturing, light manufacturing characteristics of the area, and after checking with staff and getting some reassurance that there was no chemical production, delivery, or transfer, within proximity to this property, I felt a lot more comfortable. In the uses that are there, I don't feel are going to be much of a threat, to the safety of the kids at all. And I share Commissioner Crandall's concern about the unprotected portions of the property. I think it would be a good idea to put some security measures in, some full fencing just around the gate area of the play, the gate entry, all the way around the north perimeter, down south, and to connect at the northeast corner of the building so it's fully secure. Last thing we want to do is create an environment for kids, and kids will be kids, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of school they're going to. Kids are kids, and they're going to explore, and and they could possibly, walk right off the property. So I think it's just to keep folks out, keep kids in, keep some big animals out, things like that, keep balls from going over the edge and disrupting the landscape buffer there. I think it would be a good idea to secure it. I did request information on an evacuation plan that was part of this application, and so I wanted to make sure that we're applying the same sort of rules that we would with other new uses. Recent discussions, the SB2 issue came up, and that ended up to be a condition of approval that operators would, provide some sort of evacuation plan, emergency plan. I think that would be appropriate considering the nature and sensitivity of this use, especially with all the trips and the sheer number of individuals that will be on the property at full capacity. I did want to make a side note about one of the conditions was that the applicant would submit a completed landscape plan, and I knew Commissioner Brown wouldn't be totally satisfied unless I mentioned something about landscape. This particular property has already matured. There is some deficiencies there, and I think if staff wanted to break out the original landscape plan, there would be some, staff would notice that there was some plants that have over the years maybe died back and gone away, but it doesn't look bad. I just, as a side note, would want to remind staff that in the past we have requested that the landscape plans be complete and part of the review package. It is, in many cases, a big part of the project. The overall design character of the project is an important one. Trees add screening to hard lines, screen unsightly things, beautify. So, I trust in staff. We haven't really had anything go sideways yet, but I think it's just a measure of good review practices. We should have that information available rather than not seeing it at all. I mean, how do I know they're not going to come back with a grove of eucalyptus trees in the front? I mean, right? And it's already had its time in the sun, at public hearing. So if we could just make a note of that, Gabriel, just going forward, if we could continue to make efforts to have that information available. This is an exception, this particular project. I don't see a huge need for any major improvements to the landscape, unless you, as noted in the conditions, feel you need to exercise some discretion in either replacing missing material or adding new to supplement what's already there. But generally, in the future, it would be nice to have that information ahead of time. And yes, findings all are sound, and this looks like it could be a very nice use of land, adaptive reuse, for a great cause, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Commissioner Wu?
Okay, can you hear me?
Barely, yes.
Barely. Let me. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Barely.
Oh, okay.
One by.
For this project, with some conditions, the first condition is that we're going to install netting or fencing around the activity area. The reason is simple.
I can barely hear him. Anybody else?
I'm the same way. I can barely hear him too.
Just barely.
I think about some conditions, and that's all I can understand.
Commissioner Wu, can you move closer to your microphone at all?
Let me try this one more time. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Not really.
I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Chairman and Commissioner, the alternative could be there is the call-in feature. If he's not on the call-in feature, Commissioner Wu, you might want to try that. And then maybe we could return to Commissioner Wu.
That sounds good. Commissioner Wu, would you mind calling in on the phone so your audio goes over the phone? And we could probably hear you better at that point.
I will.
Okay. Then I'll make a couple of comments. I think the Commission's made some good comments. It sounds like overall the Commission's pretty positive on this. A couple things. I'm definitely in favor of the fence, especially with a slope like that. It just makes sense, and with some industrial around there, I think it's just common sense. So I'll alert staff. You may want to start putting together a condition of approval that includes a fence for us to vote on. I'm a little troubled about the statement that we couldn't give the exact number of students. I don't think, especially given the conditions of approvals we have, I don't think that that's going to be acceptable. I think on any, I know it changes, it can change week to week, but on any given day, someone in code compliance, for instance, should be able to walk in and say how many students are currently enrolled, or how many were enrolled as of June 30th or something like that. I don't think that that's asking too much. So I could see perhaps, if necessary, something added to a condition of approval indicating that, unless code enforcement believes that they can get that information. But it just seems like knowing the number of students who are there on a certain day, enrolled on a certain day, is something that kind of an objective information we should have. That drive aisle that they go in, I think it'll hold about 16 to 20 cars. So as long as the parents are doing the appropriate thing, there should be enough room there for them to, pull in, drop off their kids without hanging off into the cul-de-sac. I am a little concerned. I have heard in some of the letters about trucks idling, in the street. And maybe this might be a question for Zach, if you know this. I know you may not. It's a specific traffic question, so you may not know it. But in these industrial areas, are delivery trucks allowed to idle in the street, or do they need to be parked in some way?
That is actually a good question. I do not know that specifically right now. It's probably a California Vehicular Code issue. And obviously some of these sites are a little better designed for bigger trucks. Some of them, I don't know if this street has them or not, but there's loading zones on a lot of the truck properties in the industrial park. I don't know if Recodo actually has a lot of those types of sites, but if there are those situations, obviously it does take a while for a truck to loop and kind of back in, obviously on a narrow street like this. So it's something to take into consideration. I do not know legally from the California Highway Code what it would say on that, if it's a traffic violation.
Well, it certainly seems fair to, someone will have to wait as a truck is, pulling into a delivery area, but it sounded like there were trucks kind of queued up in the street. And in that case, I think it's probably the either the trucks or the businesses they're delivering to needs to be sensitive to that, because there are other uses and other people. So I don't know if that's really a reason, especially if it violates the vehicle code, if that's a reason for us to say that it's not an appropriate use. From the traffic report, it looks like, while the traffic level, the level of service will go down, it's still going to go down within acceptable parameters of our general plan, as I recall that. So it seems like we can make this an acceptable use. Oh, it's probably worth mentioning, too, that there are other similar uses in the business park. We've approved daycare centers. We've approved places of worship, often with conditions. So these are, it is an acceptable use as long as we can condition it. And I think, like most of you, I think we can get it conditioned. I just want to make sure that we get the fence in there, that we always know how many students are there, and that drop-off plan is well understood by parents, because I can certainly understand the businesses around there kind of keeping an eye out and saying the drop-off isn't happening right, and so that would be a code enforcement complaint, against the school, and rightfully so. But with those two things, for me, the fence and making sure that we can get a proper count of students, I can make the findings for this. So it looks like Commissioner Wu is back. He was back.
Yes. Yes, I'm back.
Great. Please go ahead.
I apologize for the inconvenience, but I share with your concern. I think the condition I'd like to add is first is the fencing or netting around the activity area. Kids play ball games there. They inevitably lose the ball to a neighboring property, or they lose the ball onto the slope, and they need to retrieve them. So I think it would be necessary to install backstop netting behind the basketball and all around the activity area. The basketball netting, they're quite tall. I think they are typically about 10 feet. I've seen it as low as 8 feet, as tall as maybe 14. So I think 10 feet is appropriate. Doesn't have to be fenced, it can be just netting. So the second condition, I think, is given the fact that the history of this compliance about the number of students and some complaint about the parking issues in the past, I'd like to review this in 12 months. And with that, I support the project.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just to key on some of your concerns about, or what our Kyle said, like somehow this person doesn't know how many students she has there every day or whatever. I was kind of shocked at that. I think what we need key is not enrollment, but is attendance. And anybody that runs a school better know how many people in their schoolhouse every day. I think, Chris, your wife runs a school, right? And I mean, so I think code enforcement ought to be able to walk in the door and say, who's in how many numbers you have in attendance today. I mean, you may have 170 enrolled, but there's only 162 there that day because 8 of them were sick. And so I think it's, I was kind of surprised at the staff comment on that the applicant says it's a hard time to figure out how many she has enrolled or attended. I think she had that nailed, period. So I'm a little concerned about that, but I think they have to run a schoolhouse. I defer the other chairman on this. Thanks for the landscaping there, Mr. Blackwell.
So, Don, in some cases, you can have part-time students. And like what we do, you can have 100 students enrolled, but only 50 showing up at any one day.
Okay. Mr. Blackwell?
Yes, thank you. It's a valid point. The number of students. The proposal does have, staff report does indicate a maximum number of students at 180. I did go to the website for the school, and I noticed that they've got a very well put together website. It's easy to read, understand, and there's a section on attendance and how, this is a private school, so you don't know who's going to sign up and who isn't, and this and that. So there's no guarantee you're going to have the maximum number. But this particular school offers hybrid programs, halftime, different days, halftime, full-time, online, and in person. So there's different packages that they offer to their clientele or to the students and families. So that would be a hard one to define if you don't know who's going to choose what program. And I think we have an upper limit of 180 students. We mean physically, because there is a capacity here at this building, X amount of floor area to accommodate X amount of people and X amount of cars, et cetera, et cetera. But it doesn't address, nor should it, the virtual component of it. But there has to be some controls in place by the operator. So if they suddenly get more than 180 students, maybe they have an upper limit of 180 physical students at any given time, but they have another 180 that are all virtual. How do we handle? We can't regulate that. But we can regulate how many students are on this property during business hours.
I think, just to clarify how we can measure this, what I'm seeing in the conditions are, at least 7.15, if the school is permitted to operate in excess of 180 enrolled students. So that 180, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that is enrolled students. So if you have 180 enrolled and 170 are online, then you're only going to have 10 on site, but you still can't enroll any more students in the school.
Yeah,
that's how I'm reading it.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's got to be an oversight because all the calculations are based on this number. Parking, everything is based on 180, and so
maybe Kyle can clear that up for us. So
yeah, we don't want to make an assumption. Maybe we can make a correction here if necessary.
Well, which is the way you want it to be.
Yeah, well, yeah. Kyle, is that 180 number actual enrolled on the books, or is it physical on site?
So the 180 is for the occupancy of the building, and so that would be for the number of students that would be allowed on site, and that's including the number of employees that would be there as well. And so that's why the parking study used 180, because that would be the maximum amount of students on site. Now, you bring up a good point that so if in the past the school had 117 students, some of them may have been homeschooled, but still were considered part of the school, and so they wouldn't be on site. So I guess there is an opportunity for the school to have more than 180 enrolled students, but not in attendance, not 180 in attendance. So that may be an oversight then that the condition says enrolled.
Okay, so we should make sure we agree and that's clarified. I think attending is fine, but then I think it just makes it more important that code enforcement at any time can get the attendance numbers for a particular day. So
yeah, if I can chime in real quick. So staff is thinking that so a condition of approval could be the applicant shall install protective, or I'm sorry, let's go back to this one. The applicant shall document the total number of students for the school on a monthly basis and shall have available for the inspection by city staff. This is language that was provided. So something that could be recorded on a monthly basis for city staff for code compliance to have, if it was on a monthly basis for attendance, or should it be daily?
I would think daily. I mean, I'm a little surprised. I know when I was in school, maybe they do things different now. It's like they counted heads and they knew how many people were there. So I would think that, by the end of the day, they've taken attendance in each class and they know that they had 92 students there that day. And code enforcement should be able to go and ask for that on this date, what was your attendance?
This is Commissioner Wu. I think they absolutely need to know the head accounts. In case of emergency, they need to evacuate or count the number of students without knowing the number. That can be disastrous. They must be able to know that number.
I'm just surprised that, I mean, you know, code enforcement is probably the least of the reasons to have that information, but it's sufficient. So if for some reason we're concerned that they're not going to have that, I think we should have a condition that they keep daily attendance numbers and that they provide that to the code enforcement on demand.
And Kyle, the applicant has agreed that they can provide daily attended students for the city.
Perfect.
So are we saying that they're just going to keep the records, and should code enforcement show up, they'll provide the number for that day or for that month? And keep in mind that that they do have a strong virtual and part-time program, and the 180 are just the number of students there for that specific day physically present. Correct?
Yeah, I think that's what we're saying is that's the number we care about in terms of code enforcement, right?
Yeah, and I'll jump in real quick. The way I understand it, if on Tuesday, August whatever, there was a big traffic problem and there was backed up, we should be able to check and see how many students were on site that day, for code enforcement to confirm whether was the attendance the issue, was there something else that was the issue.
Right. Commissioner Brown, did you have?
No, I'm actually still mute again. I'm satisfied with everybody's talking on the same team, which is
okay. Commissioner Blackwell?
I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. All right. So what I'm hearing is that there's an interest in a. You can correct me if I'm wrong. There's an interest in a condition of approval for a fence, an interest in a condition of approval for daily on-site attendance, and that's what I've gathered. Anything else? Bart, you mentioned something about you wanted, I think, 7.18 tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, I just wanted to, on 7.18, probably the last sentence goes, but not limited to increasing the number of staff outside, helping produce a quicker pickup and drop off, or adjusting the number of students allowed.
Okay, are you looking off the errata?
I'm looking up resolution page 20.
Okay, there's an errata. I don't know if you know there's an errata, so that there was a little added to that. So I could read maybe increasing the number of staff outside helping produce a quicker pickup and drop-off cycle, comma, increasing drop-off and pickup times allotted for each staggered group of students, comma, reducing the number of enrolled students, comma, etc.
Or students on site at any time, not necessarily enrolled.
Okay. Increase number of students. Okay, sticking some notes. All right, so that's what I heard is those three things. And does staff have recommendations for the condition of approvals on fencing and getting the attendance numbers?
And one more thing, Jim, if I may. Commissioner Wu had mentioned a 12-month review, which would not be inconsistent with other conditions that we've applied to operations in this area. We have often come back, a year later just to see how they're doing, to see how the operation is working. This is a special case. This area wasn't necessarily intended to be a school. It was really intended to be more light manufacturing. So we're trying something that, as you said, Commissioner Rowland, there are other similar, more sensitive uses in the area that have been successful so far. There's a church on the same street that we reviewed 2-3 years ago, and I haven't heard any problems with that one. So it may not be a bad idea to take a look at this in 12 months. I'm in support of that condition as well.
I support that.
I don't have a problem with it. So.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, I also wonder if we should be specific on the height of the fencing or netting.
Does staff have an opinion on that? I think something over 6 feet requires a permit, a building permit or something.
Sorry. So yeah, they don't need a permit for a fence that's 6 feet in height, but anything above 6 feet would require a minor exception permit.
Do we need more than 6 feet?
6 feet is really low to stop a basketball. If someone overshoot it, it will go over 6 feet.
Can we just condition that right here and save them the headache later? Just avoid the new permit application, just condition it right here. Gabriel?
I don't think we can, because that would, Kyle, what is the case they would need, a MAP for that?
A minor exception permit.
Minor exception permit. So that would have to, I think that would have to be advertised, and I think Mel might be able to concur or
and yeah, that hasn't been noticed or agendized, so it cannot be approved this evening.
So we could say a fence of at least 6 feet. Could we not, Mal?
Or a basketball hoop is 10 feet tall.
So, and I think the point of the fence is not to keep basketballs in, but to keep the kids in. And if a ball goes over the fence, that's that's unfortunate. But really, the point is that some little kid doesn't go over, and 6 feet might be as good as 10 feet in that case. So I'm just, they can look at it and say if they need a higher fence, then they can get a minor exception permit for it. But if we require higher than that, we're forcing them to get a minor exception permit, and that's okay if it's necessary. I'm just not convinced that a higher fence than 6 feet is necessary.
Yeah, I'll support the 6 foot fence. I don't think anything higher is necessary.
I agree with that.
Okay. All right, so I see a 6 foot fence, attendance figures on demand, a 12-month review, and then a modification to 718 to have a potential decrease in the number of students on site if necessary. So unless there's something else, does someone want to give a shot at a motion?
I think you've got it, Jim. What if you?
All right, I'll give it a try. Out of practice here. It's been a while. So I will move that we adopt resolution number PC 20-017, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente, California, approving conditional use permit 20-124 and special activities permit 20-164 for San Clemente Christian School to establish a new private school at 1020 Calle Recodo with the following modifications to the conditions of approval. Condition 7.18 will be modified to read after the words allotted for each staggered group of students, we'll insert the words comma, decrease the number of students on site, comma, etc. Also, condition of approval 7.20, requiring a fence of a minimum of 6 feet high around the back of the property and the side adjoining the building. Adding condition of approval 7.21 that the school must provide number of attendees for any day requested by the city. And condition of approval 7.22 requiring a 12-month review of the permit. A review of the permit. I'm sorry, it's not a review of the permit. It's a review of the site 12 months after opening.
Second.
Okay, motion by Rulin, second by Crandall.
Yep.
All right, I will call the roll. Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell? Commissioner Blackwell?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
And Rulin votes aye. The CUP passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Mr. Rulin,
Congratulations.
the data sheet have to be included in there, the attachment.
Do we have to make a special motion or add something to the motion for the errata sheet? I was basing my motion off of the errata sheet.
There's no need to call that out in particular.
Okay.
It's included.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda, which is new business. Is there any new business?
If I can chime in real quick, just to be clear,
Yes.
we that was to approve both entitlements. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry. Do we need to remake a motion or make another motion to make sure that happens?
Nope. As long as that's clear.
Okay.
We read both of them.
Let's see. Item 10, old business. We have none. Item 11, reports of commissioner and staff. On item B, just a reminder that the joint council commission committees meeting that we usually have has been postponed. It was scheduled, I think, for May, and then it's rescheduled for September, and it's now postponed because of COVID, of course. And also we have another item on here that was requested by Commissioner Wu, a report on a memorandum on the historic preservation. So Gabriel, did you want to discuss that?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. So this item we prepared as a update to the Planning Commission with regards to the Miramar rehabilitation. Jonathan Lightfoot, our Economic Development Officer for the city, he's joining us in this meeting, and he'll be able to provide an update of what occurred. I know there was some question about some of the demolition work that occurred with the bowling alley and the process that went into that. So Jonathan will be able to describe that, but also provide some updates on how the progress of the entire project is going at this point. Jonathan.
Okay.
Good evening, commissioners. Good to see you all again. I did prepare a memo, and I think that has been provided to all of you, so I won't read through all of the pieces there, but just recapping some quick history with this site. We had the city actually was looking at initiating some action against the property owners back in 2013-14 to force some form of action, since it was being left in an unmaintained for a long period of time. And eventually we were actually able to get grant funding through our CLG program to get a historic structures report done in that time frame in 2013. And that's what started the process at this site. There had been, of course, prior proposals for projects that were that did not move forward. Projects such as the complete demo of both buildings, except for the tower of the Miramar, and the construction of retail and condos around that. So those projects that did not move forward, that was kind of the early 2000s era. 2013, the historic structures report kind of marks the shift towards what we're looking at now. That gave the groundwork and recommendations for what a potential rehabilitation and reuse of the property could look like that still paid homage to the historic buildings that are there. That report didn't go into too much depth into the structural integrity of the buildings. It acknowledged a lot of the existing problems that were there, from wood rot to mold, etc. But not until this year was there a more detailed analysis done. So step one was some review of not just the mold, but asbestos, and so that the first permit that was issued in this year was actually from the Air Quality Control Board to remove asbestos from the property, so that it was safe for people to even do any kind of investigative work. So that was step one. And once that was done, step two was to look a little bit further into the structural integrity of the building. And staff was already aware that there were going to be problems from crack that was along the Kayacheka alley side of the building that ran the entire length of that frontage. We knew that there were some foundational issues. I had been inside the building along with the building, our building official, and I know that several commissioners and council members were able to do that previously in 2016. And when you're inside of that building, or when I was, the majority of the materials from the inside of that building were black. So the wood no longer had a brown color, with the exception of about 20% of the bowling alley floor on the left side as you entered that building. But the walls were black, the majority of the bowling lanes were black. So it's very apparent that a lot of the materials that existed in this building were not in a salvageable condition. We were, as staff, aware that this is an important site to the city, but also, an interesting and tricky project to navigate, given that we don't often work with buildings that have been vacant for 30 years. So trying to move something forward that had already been thoroughly reviewed by the Planning Commission and City Council, and in a way that was consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards. The question of the level of demolition comes down to standard number 6 with rehabilitation, that discusses when you repair versus replace materials. And my opinion in this matter was really that this building in particular is historic for its association and not for its architecture. It certainly has a very loose association with Spanish colonial revival, and it was built outside of the typical era of the Ole Hansen 20s and 30s construction. And so where we have a very well-known architect at the theater, Mr. Balch, we don't have the same scenario with the bowling alley, where there's the same level of an architect, significant architect, or significant features. There are some features that are called out. The primary one was the trusses, and we're actually in a lucky position that even though the building had been vacant for 30 years, that those trusses were able to avoid a lot of the interior damage. And so the caveat that was put in place with the partial demolition was that those trusses would be preserved and reintegrated into the construction of the new building. The new building being an exact, using the same materials, location, foundation locations, etc., of the bowling alley. So the replacement piece, again, with the Secretary of the Interior standards, repair is encouraged, but that even focuses in on significant architectural elements. The Historic Structures Report identified that the wall features of the building are not significant, and it even recommended removing significant portions of the wall. So given the fact of that acknowledgement from the professionally done Historic Structures Report, and then subsequently supported with the additional evidence of the Structural Engineers Report that identified that the wood framing along the walls would not be able to withstand any of the grading construction on site that had been approved by Planning Commission for this project. Staff felt that the logical and again appropriate within the SOI guidelines route would be to identify what materials were in good enough shape to be preserved and to require that those be preserved and reintegrated, but to focus specifically on those elements alone. There's more information in that memo, but I just want to go over that specific piece there, and I'm going to jump into kind of where that project is now, but would be happy to field some questions, of course. So the project is, I have actually in my office plans for the shell stage of the building, and again, it's essentially the front facade is identical, and the side elevations are altered, but will be altered in accordance with the approved conceptual plans that were reviewed by Planning Commission. I did have comments on the first round review because some of the elements were not consistent, some of the window openings, etc. So, I did provide those comments from planning that the details do have to be matching with the approved conceptual plans. So they'll be taking those comments from myself. Building has other comments, and as is typical with building permit reviews, they'll go through 2 or 3 reviews at least before a building permit is issued. After the shell portion is issued, then they'll get into more of the individual tenant spaces. If you are familiar with this project, it's a food hall at the bowling alley, and so there'll be separate tenant spaces. So we'll have a variety of building permits after the initial large construction aspect, similar to the packing house in Anaheim, where anytime a new food tenant comes in, they may do some pull a permit for individualized work at that section of the building. There will also be a tenant improvement permit for the theater complex. The theater is not going to have the same structural issues. It's poured in place concrete, and the structural evaluation of that building is actually very good. There is still some damage, if you're familiar with the historic structures report, again, due to vacancy, as well as there was a fire at one point. And in accessing that fire, there was the fire department did put a couple holes in the roof, and so then there was some water damage. So there is some damage that has to be addressed at that building as well, but there won't be any level of structural issue that we had with the bowling alley. So that permit, they're hoping to submit their application for next week, actually. So we'll be expecting that one, as well as an encroachment permit for them to create a drive approach along North El Camino Real. So the trucks will be entering from Pico and exiting right turn only onto El Camino Real. Again, all that was discussed through the entitlement process as well. So those are the permits that they'll be looking to pull next week. So it is something that's actively in process. The one thing that is going to be the longest piece of that pie is grading. Grading permits just take longer for review, and are reviewed partially by third-party consultants. So that's a big part of the launch for this development. But the first round review is in process and out with the consultants, but we probably won't have their comments back for 2 to 3 weeks for that portion. So we really won't see the big part of this project get going until that grading permit is finalized. But it is under review already. So I think we'll see a lot of the work begin concurrently. And I think one benefit of some of those things starting to coalesce as well is that we have a couple of venues at North Beach that we knew that this work would be disruptive to, but right now they can't be operating anyways. So ideally, the project team will continue to put their materials together quickly so that we can get some of this, so that some of the work can be done while those wedding venues, Ole Hansen Beach Club and Casino, won't be impacted. Their ideal timeline is to open beginning of next year. I think that's a little bit optimistic, but they definitely want to move forward as quickly as they can once they have the permits in hand. So that is the current status of that project, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions about history or the future of that site.
Commissioner Wu, did you have any questions you had?
Yes, Jonathan, thank you very much for the update. That's very informative. I do have a few questions. Prior to the demolition, did the structure go through a detailed building survey?
Sorry, Commissioner Gu, could you repeat the last part of that question?
Did we have a detailed building survey so that we can reconstruct it?
Yes. So prior to a sign off on that permit, I actually requested and received digital copies of their shell plans, and so that includes specific measurements of all of the different elements of the building. So you know, the eyebrow over the entry, all of those pieces were measured and called out within plans that were provided to me before that permit was issued and before that work began.
Okay. Did they get a historic demolition permit?
They did not, and that's something that I addressed within the planning memo. Essentially the scope and the eventuality of this being something that could occur was recognized during the entitlement process, and the intention, or my interpretation of the code in this instance, is that the intention of the historic demolition permit is to remove a property. And so the prior, a good example of this would be the prior applications for development at this site, where there was an intention to demolish the theater and the bowling alley, leave you know, the tower at the theater, but then create all new development surrounding that tower. In this case, where the end product is still consistent with a rehabilitation of having a structure that is the same dimensions, same materials, etc., where we're replacing materials that could not be preserved, still falls under the rehabilitation guidelines, and it's not necessary to do the demolition permit process.
Is the building going to continue to be eligible for National Register of Historic Places, which the upcoming historic district application depends on?
Yeah, so two comments on that. The first is that his National Register applications are point-in-time applications. So the current work, for better or worse, actually doesn't really affect our application. So we don't get credit, for instance, for rehabilitating the building because they document the point in time when the survey is done, and so the work after the fact won't affect our pending application. So that's part one. Part two, in regards to eligibility, right now both of the structures are listed only locally, so we're not on the state or national register. In my memo, I had a link to the section of our code. It's actually the same section for listing a property as historic is the same one that we would reference for removing a property. And we actually have a pretty stringent finding to remove a property, I think, because we don't want residents or property owners to haphazardly remove themselves because they just don't want to be historic. You have to provide evidence that those standards don't come into play anymore. And I listed out some of the reasons why I think that that this building wouldn't be eligible for removal from our local register, and that begins with the point that this is a part of an approved rehabilitation project, and that materials were evaluated and materials that could be salvaged are being salvaged, and that the structure is being reconstructed using those materials and in the identical location. So there's no loss of integrity of the site or location, and that's really the most important piece for this building. The building's significance is its association with North Beach and with the other commercial recreation uses. This is one instance where the significance is not its architecture. The significance is its use and its location. And it's always had its location, but we've lost the integrity of use over the last 30 years. So my position is there's obviously some level of trade-off. We're losing some original materials because they're not salvageable, but we're also regaining a level of integrity and bringing back a building as a viable commercial visitor serving use that hasn't been serving that purpose, its original purpose for the last 30 years.
Besides the internal review to allow them to demolish the building, was any public, including Historical Society, consulted?
So I did consult with GPA and more of an informal review with them and brought up the scenario because it is such a unique scenario. So I did seek out some additional advice. And while this is, they acknowledge this is not a common, it's not common to have this level of replacement of materials. It's also not common to be restoring a building that's been vacant for 30 years, especially in this instance where it's not been preserved very well either for those 30 years. So that, I did have a conversation with them. I also, I want to make one more point, and I lost my train of thought there. So if I come back to that, I'll bring it up.
What are the GPA's comments and advice to you?
So I asked when would they consider and like how would they approach the repair versus replacement, and the advice was that their practice is to rely on structural engineer reports for those determinations, which is something that we had already done. So at that point, what I was looking for was is there I was pursuing what you're wondering, Commissioner Wu. Should there be a separate process or anything else that we need to do outside of the structural engineer's report? And they indicated that was the same type of information that they rely on in making those decisions.
Let me ask if there's any other commissioners who've got any questions for Jonathan.
No, I don't. I appreciate the briefing, it's very detailed, and I appreciate Commissioner Wu's questions. I also had a side meeting with some members of the Historical Society, which I think met with Jonathan, and they're satisfied with the methodology the city uses on the building. Both Larry Culberson and Tom Marshall.
Yeah, thanks, Don. That was my train of thought. I did also, about the same time, before the work was done, but about the time that the permit was being issued, I attended via Zoom the Historic Society's board meeting to talk through, similarly to what we're doing tonight, the history, the process, and how we arrived at that conclusion.
And Jim, for those of us that went through the approval of the remodel and all of the Miramar and the bowling alley, when we walked the site with the historic architect and the historic architect's team, it was very apparent that this was a potential possibility that the thing would come down completely. But we took the approach to try and save it as best we could with the design of what they were trying to do. But in the end, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody who walked it, and Don can jump in there on this also, that the effort was made, and it didn't appear at the time it was possible. We gave it our best shot. And
okay, Jonathan, I have one more question. I understand that especially going through phasing, the first phase would be the bowling alley and the food court. You said we expect it to be open next year. When do we expect the work to be done for the theater? Is there any requirement from the city for them to invest into the rehabilitation of the theater in terms of time frame?
Good question. We are expecting their submission for the tenant improvement for the theater also next week. So those are separate permits, but they'll be running pretty concurrently. And one other thing I wanted to comment on in this case, we're somewhat fortunate with timing. Although the again, it's unfortunate the level of deterioration that exists at the building. The timing right now is somewhat fortuitous for us at the city because the current owner, as part of the acquisition, is incentivized by the property being in the opportunity zone. And what that does for us is it kind of guarantees that we won't have like a short-term buy and flip and get out scenario with the owners. To take advantage of the significant tax incentive that is a part of this program, they have to invest a significant amount of money into the property, document that accounting to the federal government, and hold the property for 10 years to see those benefits. So we're in a good situation on that front, in that we know that we have someone who's doing work that they will be managing for the next 10 years. So they're not going to be short-term owners or operators. They're going to be here for a while.
Okay. Well, if the structure engineer's report says it cannot be reinforced, it has to be demolished, then it's what it is. But I hope that if the same thing or similar thing is going to happen to Miramar Theater, I think it should be brought back to planning commission or city council, or it shouldn't be dealt just internally alone next time if it's involved with the Miramar Theater.
Yeah, so we won't have, as I mentioned before, the historic structures report assumed that this would be the case, and the current structural evaluation confirmed that there's not significant structural issues at the theater. There will need to be some materials repair and replacement at the front of the building. If you were a part of the walking tour, underneath the front portico, there's some brick columns that are used to support, and the wood and stucco pillars that come out of those have split and slid down the brick. So again, we have some materials that unfortunately wood glue is not going to fix that. So we'll have to be evaluating some pieces of that front portico to document what pieces can be preserved and what have to be replaced. The structure as a whole, though, does not have, there are not structural integrity issues there. There won't be any grading or foundation work needed under that building.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Are there any more questions or comments, discussion about this item? All right, well, Jonathan, that was a great report. Thank you very much for writing the report for us and taking the time. We appreciate you coming back and slumming with planning for a little while. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, commissioners. I miss you all. I hope you have a great evening.
We miss you too, Jonathan.
By the way, Jonathan, I like the idea of opening up the close off the Del Mar, and I think that's a very good idea. And thank you very much for that.
Any other reports of commissioners and staff?
I was just going to recommend for the next Planning Commission study session, we are recommending that it start at 5 o'clock. It's going to be the second part of these code amendments that are proposed. But as you can see today, we actually ended a lot earlier than we anticipated. So we thought we would need about 2 hours to be able to do that. So, so I kind of leave that up to the commission. If you do think you would still want that benefit of that 2 hour period, we could remain as is and adjourn to the next study session at 5 o'clock, but something to think about next time. I mean, I'm sorry. Actually, think about today.
I think we had a hold with 5. It's easier to get through earlier, but if you push it back and we get into a big chunk of this other sections you haven't put, it's hard to make the time up. I'd say hold with 5.
Yeah, I'm good with it too. And going through stuff like zoning stuff, all of a sudden we can get into a slog. So yeah.
Yeah, 5 is good. Gabriel, what are the other 3 topics that we're going to talk about next time?
Okay, well, then I'm sorry, Gabriel, your mute's on. Yeah.
Yeah, they're actually in your study session, so report. So the items that are not bolded, they're kind of like grayed out. Those are what we are going to review next time. So it's actually going to be our non-conforming standards in the city, and also some general plan conformance issues that we need to incorporate, as well as our definition section of the code.
Some of that stuff's going to take a lot of time.
Yeah.
That non-conformance section can go on forever.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Crandall will back me up on that. 16 hours.
Behave, Bart. Behave next week. Okay, if there are no other reports, then we'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn to the next adjourned regular meeting of the study session and planning commission that will be held on August 5th, 2020 at 5 p.m. in council chambers located at 100 Avenida Presidio in San Clemente, California.
I'll second.
Motion by Blackwell, second by, was that Brown? Who seconded?
Kaczynski.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kaczynski, seconded by Kaczynski. I will call the roll. Commissioner Crandall.
Aye.
Commissioner Wu.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaczynski.
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
And Rulon votes yes. It's unanimous, and we are adjourned until our next session. Thank you, everybody.
You.
Take care.